193. Rebels, that is, Aristi, Montes Arach, and Pentia Tavares. There were serious dangers in allowing a provisional government under admittedly weak leadership to assume power while ringleaders of present rebel headquarters group remain in country with possible capability of exercising substantial influence. The president also demanded that Guzman accept a specially trained discreet U.S. security team, which would assist in constant control of communists, and which would remain in the Dominican Republic until, in U.S. judgment, situation no longer requires their presence. Guzman would have to agree before taking office on the implementation of any measures proposed by this team, including surveillance, detainment, and deportation, if necessary. These demands went well beyond those acceptable to either Guzman or the rebel leadership. The president was driving the talks into an irreconcilable impasse. Bundy was dismayed by the White House cable. He had just engaged in 3 days of negotiations during which Guzman had repeatedly rejected the forced departure of the 3 rebels. Either Bundy would succeed in convincing the president to modify his position, or the talks were finished. Bundy began by calling Mann, expressing his unhappiness about the cable. Receiving little consolation from that quarter, Bundy turned to Bill Moyers, who reassured him that the president really wanted a Guzman government, although he also wanted suitable anti-communist guarantees. This was wishful thinking in its most transparent form. Registered that evening, during a dinner at the embassy, Bundy discussed the apparent deadlock in negotiations with key U.S. officials on the scene. There was a general agreement that the United States should shift the focus of its concerns from the revolutionaries Aristi and Arach to the communists. Robert Satin, the head of the Peace Corps mission to the Dominican Republic, was an influential participant in these discussions. Having met several times with insurgent leaders at their headquarters in the heart of the inner city, Satin contributed much to the team's knowledge of the rebels. The proposed shift in the focus of U.S. demands did not imply an end to clandestine operations against the most militant wing of the rebel command. On the contrary, the covert operation designed to entice certain leaders into defecting, which had been temporarily shelved while the negotiations were progressing, was reactivated. Satin informed Bundy that Aristi was viable. Bundy worked late into the night, trying to formulate a proposal that could gain presidential approval, and yet not be categorically rejected. 194. By Guzman and the insurgents. In another late-night cable, Bundy urged the president to drop the demand for the exiling of the 3 popular heroes of the revolution. Instead, Bundy proposed that Guzman be given 2 distinct choices. He could agree to deport 20 known communists, each of whom had traveled to Cuba or the Soviet bloc countries, or he could exile another list of 3 influential rebels. This list again targeted Pentia Tavares, but it replaced Montes Arach and Aristi with 2 prominent rebels with ties to the radical left. For Bundy, Guzman's acceptance of one of the 2 proposed alternatives would seal the agreement, and lead to his assumption of power as interim president. Authorization to approach Guzman would only make sense on basis that his acceptance of one of the 2 proposed alternatives would be sufficient for final agreement. We cannot get him to do either of these things on any other basis. Yet once in power, Guzman would still be subjected to unrelenting pressure to implement further measures along the lines already put forward by the United States during the previous 2 weeks of negotiations. There will be other things to ask for, but they are all covered by our public and private memoranda and by our continuing power position. Early the next morning, May 23, Bundy followed up this cable with a phone call to the White House. He again sought to resolve the impasse, and avoid an immediate end to the talks. Accordingly, Bundy suggested to Johnson, Moyers, and Fortas that they might be happy to shift from heroes to communists. In line with this shift in tactics, Bundy advanced a new demand, a public declaration by Guzman showing a clear break from communism. Such a statement might be forthcoming if the liberal foreign friends of the rebels converged on them, and convinced them that the time had come to make a sharp distinction between constitutionalism and communism. The president was not convinced, and the proposal never went any further. Registered later that morning, Schlotterman met with Guzman, who remained hopeful of a final settlement, although he also reiterated that speed was essential. Guzman continued to support Laura Fernandez for Army Chief of Staff. When Schlotterman reported back to the embassy, Bundy was discouraged with the pace of negotiations. He had decided that Laura Fernandez was less acceptable than before in view of the fact that we now know he was a member of the rebel command. While Bundy tried unsuccessfully to coerce Guzman into making a further set of concessions, the president was finalizing his rejection of the proposed agreement. That afternoon he dispatched a second, Defini 195 TIV cable to Bundy. Johnson remained adamant that the three militant insurgent leaders, Aristide, Montes Arach, and P. Tavares, be sent into exile, insisting that if Guzman does not have the power or will to exile the three, then it was obvious that he would not deal adequately with those leaders and other dangerous elements once in power. As to the counter-proposals advanced by Bundy over the previous day, the president had added additional safeguards that would encompass them. He now insisted that all identified communists must be promptly taken into custody and deported or interned once Guzman assumed power. Furthermore, suspected subversives would be immediately placed under surveillance, and, if found to be a threat to security of the government, they would also be immediately deported or interned. Trademark these demands represented a significant hardening of the provisions of the agreement previously reached by Bundy and Guzman on May 17, and later codified in public and private memoranda. The implementation of these demands would have granted the national police and military intelligence the same sweeping powers that they had commanded under the Trujillo dictatorship. The president understood that these instructions may increase the difficulty of reaching a final understanding, but we are not prepared to accept a deal that does not fully satisfy our requirements. Bundy was to arrange a final conference where Guzman would be presented with an ultimatum demanding that he either accept these latest U.S. demands or the negotiations would be terminated. Realizing that the implementation of this cable would initiate the termination of his mission to the Dominican Republic, Bundy tried for the last time to modify the instructions he was receiving from the White House. He called Rusk, advising him that we would give the instructions a college try, but that Guzman would almost certainly reject the entire package. A short time later, Bundy asked Fortas whether the instruction from the department was negotiable. Although he was prepared to do his damnedest if the instruction represented a decision, Bundy wanted to be very sure whose instruction it was, and how hard it was. Fortas was unable to provide Bundy with much solace. Bundy then conferred with Vance, with both of them unsure as to the specifics of the new demands being placed upon Guzman. Seeking clarification, the two called McNamara at the Pentagon. The Secretary of Defense did not sugarcoat the situation. The official line had switched, so that what Washington now wanted was an agreed OAS solution. 196. And not a U.S. solution which had to be rammed down the throats of the Loyalists. After this interchange, Bundy knew for certain the Guzman solution was dead. The next morning, May 24, Bundy had an extended meeting with Guzman, presenting him with the latest set of demands. In Washington, President Johnson awaited the rebel response with trepidation. The president confided to Mann that he had grave doubts about Guzman. In particular, he was worried that Guzman would change the cabinet if it isn't pro-commie to begin with. He will change it so it is. Given these concerns, Johnson did not know what we would do if Guzman accepted all our terms. The president said he kept making them tougher. The president was misreading the situation. Although Guzman and the insurgent leadership had accepted a series of concessions, the rebels had a bottom line, a minimum bargaining position below which they would not retreat. Mann was in total agreement with this maneuver. He felt that the president's instinct was right, and that Guzman was not an acceptable choice for provisional president. Instead, Mann suggested we should be thinking about some kind of maneuver which would build something around someone else when the time comes. Although Mann did not have an alternative candidate for provisional president in mind, and was certain we would have to look pretty hard to find someone, still there were people around who would prove to be satisfactory. The talks derailed. In Santo Domingo, the talks quickly reached an impasse, as Guzman decisively rejected Washington's demands, as relayed by Bundy. Guzman refused to impose the draconian measures against the left as formulated by Washington. In his view, repression by force would simply make more communists. Although Guzman was determined to have them carefully watched and controlled, he was more strongly opposed to creation of conditions that would manufacture communists. Killing and deportation would have this effect. Guzman also repeated his refusal to accept the forced departure of the three popular insurgent leaders. Guzman then told Bundy that he was deeply disillusioned with the course of the negotiations, and that he would withdraw from any further talks. The attempt to form a provisional government acceptable to the rebels had collapsed, just as President Johnson had hoped it would. 197. After this crucial meeting, Benitez met with Bundy, who tried to explain the rationale behind the U.S. position. Benitez, with Bosch's approval, was trying to soften the blow, but he also understood that the latest set of demands had been advanced for the sole purpose of creating a pretext for ending this round of negotiations. Thus, Benitez complained to Tad Seal of the New York Times that the Bundy mission was being torpedoed from Washington, as indeed it had been. The next morning, May 25, Schlottmann called on Guzman twice, to probe whether the rebels were willing to move even further. Instead, Guzman remained firm, repeating his previous positions. Guzman then indicated some relief at now being in a position to withdraw definitively. The strategy of repeatedly raising new and more stringent demands had succeeded. The rebel command had opted to withdraw from the talks, providing the president with the welcome opportunity to pursue a new alternative. With Schlottmann's report on his discussion with Guzman in hand, Bundy spoke with Bill Moyers at the White House, reaffirming that the negotiations had been ended, and that he wanted to return to Washington as soon as possible. Before leaving Santo Domingo, he proposed to meet with Camano to make the point clearly that he could not get everything he wanted. After consulting with his advisors, the president cabled Bundy authorizing him to arrange a meeting with Comafo immediately. The rebel leader would then be informed that the United States hoped the OAS would continue the effort to establish a government of moderate, progressively oriented, anti-communist elements representing a broad spectrum of the Dominican operation. Furthermore, both the rebels and Imbert were counseled on the need for restraint pending arrival of OAS representatives. That afternoon, May 25, Bundy finally met with Camano and Guzman at the National Music Conservatory, a modern building just within the rebel zone, in an area adjacent to the international security zone. Guzman found it hard to understand how the negotiations had reached an impasse, since both sides had only recently reached an agreement on most of the controversial issues in dispute. Bundy conceded there had been a resolution of several critically important issues, and, indeed, both sides had been close to agreement on several occasions. Still, as long as every issue on the table, no matter how minor, had not been finally resolved, each side was free to re-evaluate its position as the overall context changed. Bundy then made it clear that the May sweep of the northern zone of Santo Domingo had fundamentally altered the 198 balance of power, thereby undermining the basis for the negotiated agreement. The power of GNR and its forces has grown considerably during last 10 days. This had led the United States to reassess its position, with the result that Bundy had been ordered to raise once again the issue of the Army Chief of Staff, as well as to press for the forced departure of the three rebel leaders from the island. Comafo was unequivocal in his refusal to continue the talks under these conditions. The United States had aided the junta's forces during the May sweep, providing covert aid and logistical support. In spite of the insurgents' losses, Camano insisted that any viable agreement would have to be based on the selection of an army service chief from those within the nucleus of officers sympathetic to the rebel cause, as well as the restoration of the 1963 Constitution. The meeting between Bundy and Camano marked the end of the Bundy mission. Very early the next day, May 26, Bundy returned to Washington by way of Puerto Rico, dropping off Benitez on his way. Once in Washington, Bundy resumed his role as Johnson's national security advisor. Vance stayed until May 29, curbing the Imbert junta's desire to provoke a further round of fighting during the delicate transitional period before the next round of negotiations. By the end of May, the United States was cautiously optimistic in its assessment of the situation. The overwhelming presence of U.S. troops, the creation of the cordon isolating the rebels within the few blocks of the inner city, and the success of the junta's forces in occupying the northern neighborhoods of Santo Domingo had reversed the momentum of the first days of the popular uprising. An internal State Department briefing concluded that U.S. decision-makers were in a position to exert our full influence, both militarily and politically, to ensure that whatever the outcome may be, it will not be incompatible with our fundamental interests. The next round of negotiations would be constrained by a very different set of parameters, with the defeat of the rebel forces a given. 8. The Bunker Mission. With the demise of the Bundy mission, the United States began formulating a new strategy, one that would take into account the impact of its creation of a cordon around the inner city, as well as the successful sweep of the junta's forces through the northern neighborhoods of Santo Domingo. The next round of talks would start from a very different set of premises to the previous ones. Before initiating these negotiations, U.S. officials explored the available options. The Third Force. Acting on orders from the White House, Kennedy Crockett, the director of the State Department's Office of Caribbean Affairs, telephoned Joaquin Balaguer on May 26 in order to bring him up to date, and to ask him for additional names for the position of provisional president. Surprisingly, Balaguer was not entirely pleased with the U.S. decision to reject Guzman as an acceptable candidate, lauding him as an honest and honorable man not motivated by self-serving interests. Balaguer was far more wary of Imbert, fearful that the United States would allow the government of national reconciliation to become entrenched in power. Ironically, coming from someone who had obsequiously served in high positions during 3 decades of autocratic rule, Balaguer denounced Imbert to Crockett as another dictator like Trujillo, one who loves power. It was therefore essential that the U.S. should bring about an end to Imbert by cutting off all aid to his regime. Balaguer was not the only Dominican leader to present his views following the failure of the Bundy mission. On May 31, Bosch sent a personal and confidential letter to Johnson, written both in hope and 200 despair. Although Bosch continued to believe the president was searching for a constructive solution to what seems, at times, an impossible mess, any resolution to the crisis remained stalled, all movement at a standstill. Thus, unless we can trust each other, and reach a definitive settlement, unrest will grow. Bosch reminded the president that the recent round of negotiations had nearly succeeded, and yet, for reasons non-understandable to me, our agreements and interchanges have never come to fruition. If the impasse continued, it would only facilitate rather the triumph of the extremists of the right or left we both oppose. It was therefore vital to join efforts to avoid additional desolation before it is too late. Bosch's letter to Johnson was turned over to Bundy, who answered it for the president. Bundy began by reiterating Washington's position on several key issues in dispute, including the U.S. demand that key rebel leaders be sent into exile. Given the many difficulties that had precluded the signing of a final agreement, the United States believed that it was necessary to explore other means. Still, Bundy extolled Guzman for his honesty and clarity of views, and he restated the U.S. intention of work with Bosch and other leading political figures in reaching a solution that would meet the urgent needs of the Dominican people. Bundy concluded with an expression of his high personal regard for Bosch. Both he and President Johnson had agreed to Bosch's request that his initial letter should be regarded as personal and confidential, and they both asked that Bundy's response should be treated in the same way. Bundy's letter was conciliatory in tone, and yet it left a wide range of options open, while committing the United States to little or nothing. The failure of the Bundy mission compelled Washington decision-makers to formulate a new short-term strategy. In their memorandum of May 22, Bundy, Vance, Palmer, and Bennett had presented the president with the alternative of either continuing to support the Imbert junta or accepting Guzman as provisional president. Instead, Johnson opted for a third alternative, one that had been formulated by his most trusted advisor, Tom Mann. From the first days of the crisis, Mann had argued for the formation of a provisional government composed of technical experts and business executives, chosen from among those with minimal ties to any of the political parties. On May 24, as the Bundy mission reached its final deadlock, Mann advised the president that we should be thinking about some kind of maneuver which would build something around someone else when the time comes. Mann's idea. The Bunker Mission 201 soon dominated the discourse of Washington decision-makers. To give it a certain patina of neutrality, its advocates promoted it as a plan for a government controlled by a third force, moderate pragmatists tied to neither the Imbert junta nor the insurgent forces. A memorandum from the State Department's Dominican Republic Task Force delineated the approach underlying this new strategic turn. The United States now sought to debilitate the Imbert government, without destroying it completely. In doing so, it was essential to keep the GNR armed forces intact but weaken their determination to stand firmly behind Imbert. Yet as the United States tacked and maneuvered, it had to avoid the danger of creating a Frankenstein to destroy a Frankenstein. This explained the push to find a respectable, apolitical figure who could act as a spokesman for the 3RD force. Once the United States had chosen its candidate for provisional president, it would rally elements in Dominican society to get behind this figure. Already leading Dominican businessmen had indicated their support for such a scenario, and Balaguer was preparing to endorse such an interim government. If the plan worked, and the Third Force government gained popular legitimacy, it could neutralize both of the contending camps. In any case, nothing in the exercise would tend to make our current position more difficult, even if it achieved no positive results. Registered with Bundy and his task force returning to Washington, the U.S. Embassy was ordered to lay the groundwork for this new effort to forge a provisional government. On May 27, a group of influential business leaders visited Ambassador Bennett to indicate that they were ready to cooperate in any way possible. They were interested in promoting a resolution to the crisis that would not permit communists have any influence. Another cable from the U.S. Embassy reported a substantial body of opinion in favor of any moderate apolitical government. Mann had always viewed influential members of the landed oligarchy of Santiago, the second largest city in the Dominican Republic, as a promising potential nucleus for a transitional regime. Accordingly, the embassy noted with approval that the leadership of Dominican efforts towards Third Force solution were being assumed by Santiago Group. In spite of its enthusiasm for an elite solution to the crisis, the embassy realized that the plan for a provisional government could only succeed if it gained the acquiescence of the workers and peasants of the Dominican Republic. The best the embassy could do in this regard was 202. To report to Washington that the people of the barrios, as well as the campesinos tilling the land, had little interest in either Imbert or Comedio. The embassy suggested popular apathy was a negative factor which can be exploited in positive fashion. This assessment of popular opinion has to be evaluated with considerable skepticism. According to the embassy staff, the barrios in the northern sector of Santo Domingo were among the areas expressing little interest in the ultimate outcome of the rebellion. Since these same neighborhoods had recently been the scene of some of the fiercest fighting of the uprising, it seems highly likely that the apathy the United States was hoping to exploit was a bitter cynicism born of repression and defeat. The embassy did not only seek to poll popular opinion, it sought to mold and manipulate it. Since its formation in 1962, the United States had been covertly providing funds to CONATRAL, a trade union federation linked to the AFL-CIO, through ORIT, the Latin American affiliate of the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions. Both ORIT and CONATRAL maintained close ties to the CIA during the Cold War years. CONATRAL was the only union federation to endorse the military coup that overthrew Bosch in 1963, and yet, under popular pressure, it had impulsively declared for rebels April 26. The Union Federation soon reversed its position, and by the end of May it was seeking to occupy a middle position between the Imbert junta and the rebels. Embassy staff considered CONATRAL to be an AFL-CIO creation, and suggested it could be maneuvered into supporting the Third Force proposal for a provisional government of moderates. The 0.A.S. Ad hoc Commission. In spite of Bennett's energetic efforts to promote a third force, the White House understood that the ambassador did not command the personal authority needed to engineer the formation of a credible provisional government. Already by May 25, hours before Bundy met with Camano and the rebel command to finalize the termination of his mission in Santo Domingo, the White House had determined on a new mechanism for ending the crisis. At a conference of the President and the Bunker Mission 203, his advisors held that morning, Secretary of State Dean Rusk stressed the need to get OAS presence in Santo Domingo. He had already discussed the situation with OAS Secretary General José Antonio Mora Otero, and the two had agreed that Ellsworth Bunker would serve as the U.S. representative to a new, reconstituted special commission to the Dominican Republic. Interestingly enough, Bunker attended this White House council, although he had not been present at any of the previous top-level meetings held during the Dominican crisis. Upon the conclusion of this conclave, the President cabled Bundy and Vance and ordered them to advise Camano and the rebels that the Organization of American States would soon be dispatching a new commission to Santo Domingo. Furthermore, Bundy and Vance were to inform the insurgents that the United States would cooperate with OAS, and that the ad hoc commission would continue the effort to establish a government of moderate, progressively oriented, anti-communist elements. The next day, May 26, Johnson convened another council of his top advisors, with Bundy having just returned from the Dominican Republic. Bunker was again present, and Bundy expressed his support for an increased OAS role. The President also approved the new plan, under which the OAS would be more in front. White House role subordinated. Although the initial proposal for a special commission consisting of 3 Social Democratic leaders had been derailed, in part because of the vigorous opposition of several Latin American countries, the revised version moved swiftly through the Organization of American States. At 2 o'clock in the morning of June 2, a special meeting of the OAS foreign ministers voted to name Bunker, Ilmer Pena Marinho of Brazil, and Ramon de Clermont Duafaz of El Salvador to an ad hoc commission, with authority to resolve the stalemate in Santo Domingo speedily. Ellsworth Bunker looked exactly like the New England Brahmin that he was. Tall, slender, and austere, with the face and demeanor of a patrician, he was always immaculately dressed, even in the tropical heat of Santo Domingo in the summer of 1965. At 72, he made a point of walking quickly and erectly, thereby demonstrating his health and vigor. Bunker had begun his career as a corporate executive in the family firm, eventually rising to the top of the National Sugar Corporation. In 1951, he had changed careers, entering diplomatic service, serving as ambassador to Argentina, Italy, and India, before being named as U.S. ambassador to the OAS in 1964. Bunker was an experienced 204 diplomat and a savvy negotiator, who would later be appointed by Johnson as special ambassador to Vietnam. While each of the 3 members of the commission was formally equal in status, Bunker dominated its activities. His background, and his access to Washington, guaranteed his standing, but he also had far more time to devote to the crisis. During the next weeks and months of crises and stalled negotiations, Bunker remained on the scene, mediating disputes and holding a continuing series of talks, while the other 2 members shuttled in and out of Santo Domingo, discharging their other diplomatic duties while serving on the commission. Furthermore, 5 Foreign Service officers were assigned to aid Bunker, among them Harry Schlotteman, who had already served as an advisor to Martin, Fortas, and Bundy. General Palmer, as commander of all U.S. forces in the Dominican Republic, understood that the other 2 members of the commission were content to let Bunker run the show, so Bunker dominated the OAS ad hoc commission from the beginning. He also overshadowed Bennett because Bunker had the real power. Bunker quickly won the confidence of key U.S. officials, including David Atlee Phillips, CIA station chief from June 1965 to August 1967. According to Phillips, Bunker was the most impressive diplomat he had known, as well as a man of patience, wisdom, flinty integrity, and guts. Although Bunker retained the confidence of the President and Tom Mann, he still functioned within carefully delimited policy guidelines set at the White House and the State Department. Only hours after the OAS meeting that created the ad hoc commission on June 2, Mann warned Bunker that he did not think we would ever get the rebel crowd to go along with anything. Furthermore, he was dismayed by the attempt by the Bosch people to control or destroy the armed forces. Well aware of the embassy's latest cables, Mann advised Bunker of a third group forming, and suggested perhaps we could build something around that. Instead of continuing to buttress the Imbert junta, the United States would be a lot safer with a provisional government. Bunker agreed this would be the best choice. Control over the armed forces was not the only focal point for Mann's concerns. Although the Johnson administration was coming under pressure to permit presidential elections within 3 months, Mann was adamantly opposed to such a timetable, convinced that the United States should not rush into that kind of formula. It would be fine if Balaguer or some moderate wins, but it would be a major disaster if, before we had time to get organized, some Bosch type, who was sympathetic Mission 205, pathetic with the commies, would slip into a quick victory. Thus Mann charged Bunker with formulating a solution to the crisis that not only left the Dominican military command intact, but also led to the formation of a transitional, interim regime capable of organizing elections in which a Balaguer victory was ensured, and a Bosch defeat guaranteed. That evening, Bunker attended a lengthy meeting at the White House with President Johnson and his top advisors. Bundy began by confirming that the Guzman solution was past history. The president then presented his evaluation of the situation. At first, he had seen Bosch as a good man, but unrealistic, someone who meant well. In this context, Guzman offered possibilities. The events of the last days had changed his mind. He now had grave suspicions of the rebel leaders, including Bosch, convinced they had failed to act like honorable men. Lyndon Johnson was being disingenuous, as his advisors well knew. His comments signaled a further hardening in the U.S. stance toward Bosch. Yet the president had adamantly opposed Bosch's return to power since the first hours of the uprising. Furthermore, it was the United States, not Guzman and the rebels, who had frustrated the Santo Domingo talks by speciously advancing new demands every time a final settlement seemed near. Mann then outlined the goals of Bunker's mission to the Dominican Republic. An interim government would have to be constructed that would leave armed forces intact. Bunker should first get gov of technicians and third force, and he should then rely on the US-dominated OAS force to hold military to bargain. Bunker, accompanied by his 2 OAS colleagues, arrived in Santo Domingo on June 3, ready to implement this mandate. On June 4, the day after the OAS ad hoc commission first arrived in Santo Domingo, Balaguer traveled to Puerto Rico to confer with Bosch. Balaguer informed Bosch that the United States had decided to support him, rather than Bosch, as the next Dominican president. Of course, Mann had been moving along these lines since the first days of the uprising, but, with the collapse of the Bundy mission, the outlines of U.S. policy were becoming clearer. Bosch was not ready to step aside, but Balaguer's warning should have been taken more seriously. That same day, Mann advised the president that he thought Ambassador Bunker would be able to get a provisional government. It would be based around a third force, if we can get one, and he thought we could. Mann believed this would be the best solution to the crisis, leading to elections 12 to 18 months from now, to give us 206 time, and avoid rushing into elections in the midst of chaos. Elections took place almost exactly 12 months after this telephone conversation. The president then took the opportunity to consult with Mann on another sensitive issue, one that had come to the fore during the Bundy mission's negotiations in Santo Domingo. Johnson was certain that some of the officials in his administration were attempting to sabotage his control over U.S. foreign policy by leaking sensitive items to the media. During the final days of the talks with Guzman, when the United States had been pushing the negotiations to the breaking point, press reports of an impending settlement had repeatedly surfaced. Lyndon Johnson was furious. With Robert Kennedy publicly criticizing administration policy, the president feared that holdover officials from the previous administration were plotting to embarrass him. Even before Bundy had returned to Washington, Johnson was bitterly denouncing those providing delicate information to reporters. On May 25, he bluntly warned his advisers that there were traitors in Departments who leak because they oppose policy. A week later, June 2, the president returned to this theme. He warned his advisers of his suspicion of loyalty of some in government. Johnson therefore pressed Mann as to what he thought about the disposition toward the administration's Dominican policy. Mann said he felt that 90% of the people in the department were loyal. The president asked about Secretary Rusk and Ball, and Mr. Mann said he felt they were 100% behind the president. This was a very odd interchange indeed. It is indicative of the power Mann wielded with the president that a career Foreign Service diplomat could vouch for the Secretary of State, and the Undersecretary for Political Affairs, the two highest policy-making officials in the State Department. Furthermore, the fact that Johnson even raised the issue betrays his underlying distrust of these two officials, both holdovers from the Kennedy administration. The president was also concerned with the global implications of the U.S. military intervention in the Dominican Republic. He asked Mann if he thought our actions in the Dominican Republic had made us very unpopular in the hemisphere. Mr. Mann said he did not think so. He thought the countries were divided. He said that he had heard from the Bunker Mission 207 friend in Mexico that the military and businessmen there were delighted. This remarkably revealing assessment, limiting Latin American popular opinion to two elements of the elite, seemed to satisfy Johnson, who proceeded to shift the discussion to another topic of concern: the search for a provisional government. During the first week of his stay in Santo Domingo, Bunker initiated an intensive round of negotiations with all of the parties, including the insurgents. Until then, U.S. emissaries had generally avoided any personal contact with Camano. Martin had met with him twice, while Bundy had only arranged one meeting with the rebel leader, and that immediately prior to his departure for Washington. This time, Bunker was preparing for the long haul, building personal relationships in order to lessen suspicions, hoping thereby to make it easier to close a deal. During his stay in the Dominican Republic, Bunker would meet with Camano 48 times, many of these meetings taking place during the first weeks of the mission. After his first talk with the rebel leadership, Bunker's first impression was that the Camano group not yet brought to realization of inherent difficulties and weakness their position. This impression was reinforced by another encounter with Camano a week after Bunker's arrival in Santo Domingo. The insurgents responded to the Bunker mission by appointing a special committee of 6 as sole and corporate body to negotiate with OAS. Any and all contacts with the ad hoc commission were to go through this group, which was to act as a single entity, expressing one unified viewpoint in its meetings with Bunker. In addition to Camano and Guzman, the rebel committee included Hector Aristide and Jotin Curry, two influential civilian advisors to Comafo, Alberto Anibal Campaña, a moderate independent who had just been elected Senate president, and Salvador Jorge Blanco, a lawyer who held the post of Attorney General in Comafo's cabinet, and who had acted as Guzman's personal advisor during the previous round of negotiations with Bundy. During the late afternoon of June 10, Bunker met with the rebel team, but he found them to be still completely intransigent in their negotiating posture. In addition to the restoration of the 1963 Constitution, the insurgents proposed a provisional government composed of, that is, a regime in which Bosch support democratic personalities. ERS would hold key positions. Furthermore, they insisted the next army 208. Chief of Staff must be chosen by them. These demands were unacceptable to the United States, and Bunker rejected them out of hand. As it happened, only a few hours before meeting the rebels, Bunker had sent a crucial cable to Washington, outlining his plan for resolving the crisis. Bunker had come to the conclusion that a political formula which would meet our requirements, and be acceptable to the rebel leadership as well, was virtually impossible to achieve. The only way to break present political impasse was the formation of a provisional government of technicians, acting under an institutional act, that is, a basic law promulgated on an interim basis, and superseding the 1963 Constitution. These points essentially mirror the scheme Mann had outlined to Bunker before the latter departed for his assignment in the Dominican Republic. Bunker's cable triggered the final skirmish in the continuing battle for influence within the president's inner circle of advisors. Initially, Washington's response to the cable was written by Kennedy Crockett and Robert Sayer at the State Department, and then revised by Mann, who sent it on to the White House. Bundy, with the president's approval, modified several points in the draft, while accepting the essential policy parameters. Unfortunately, only the final version, along with the subject categories of the Bundy revisions, is available, so we can only make educated guesses as to the differences between Bundy's version and Mann's. The Bundy-Mann response as cabled to Santo Domingo on June 11 began by agreeing that our preference at this time, like yours, would be for an apolitical government of technicians. In terms of the legal structure, the cable widened the options suggested by Bunker, probably reflecting Bundy's revision of Mann's original draft. The 1963 Constitution could not be restored in its entirety, since it would not work in present situation without considerable improvisation. Instead, the Bundy version suggested, as one option, that certain sections could be suspended, in particular provisions such as the prohibition of deportations, that would prevent effective action against communists. Alternatively, an interim basic law could be implemented, until a new, permanent constitution could be adopted later. Pending the selection of one of these alternatives, the State Department's Dominican Republic Task Force would draft possible basic law using 1963 Constitution as point of departure. Asterisk. In terms of the perceived communist threat, close cooperation in identification and surveillance is an indispensable requirement for us. The Bunker Mission 209. Members of the two Marxist-Leninist parties, the pro-Soviet PSP and the Maoist MPD, as well as those in the extreme left wing of the radical June 14 movement, were to be the focus of this repression. The Bundy-Mann cable proposed that, once identified, the dissidents should be rounded up and deported. Although this was the proposed solution, the basic pattern of cooperation was of essential importance. Finally, the cable conceded it was highly unlikely that Bosch and rebel group will accept the Bunker-Mann plan. To make this defeat easier to swallow, the rebels would be promised that they will have their chance to participate in free and fair elections. As a further concession, the final version, as modified by Bundy, proposed that non-communists who have been sympathetic to rebels, and who were from the moderate wing of the PRD, be given limited representation in the provisional government. Although Bundy hoped that his revisions would produce a document acceptable to all of the president's advisors, Abe Fortas rejected the document, hoping to revive a solution along the lines of the Guzman Initiative. Fortas criticized the proposal for a provisional government of apolitical technicians as a cover for an underlying intent to have a hard-nosed right-wing government. Instead, the United States should go back to the task of political government with support of constitutionalists. According to Fortas, both Bundy and the president, in formulating their revisions to the original draft, had been trying to get their principles with Tom Mann's practices, but it won't work. Bundy parried these criticisms, urging Fortas to drop his maverick stance, since we were trying to get agreement, and not disagreement, among the president's advisors. Nevertheless, Fortas stood his ground, joining the president on a weekend retreat to the Johnson Ranch in the foothills of Texas, where Fortas undertook yet another futile attempt to convince Johnson to adopt a more conciliatory posture toward the moderates within the rebel leadership. Nevertheless, a final decision had been made, and the Bunker Man plan for a provisional government would soon be implemented. As the essential outlines for an interim regime were being hammered out in an exchange of cables between Santo Domingo and Washington, informal talks were proceeding to determine the selection of a provisional president to serve in the transitional period before elections. Hector Garcia Godoy had been tentatively chosen to fill the post of foreign minister during the Bundy mission's negotiations with Guzman and the 210 rebel leadership. As early as May 29, the U.S. Embassy had reported with approval that Garcia Godoy was one of several leading figures from within the Dominican elite who may be attempting to form a new government. By early June, U.S. diplomats had moved beyond the preliminary stage of feeling out possible candidates. Ambassador Bennett reported on June 11 that the widely respected Hector Garcia Godoy said privately he willing to head moderate, interim regime. His availability for the post would soon be made public. Garcia Godoy was a lawyer who had held numerous diplomatic assignments under Trujillo. A political moderate, he had served as foreign minister during the last weeks of Bosch's regime. As a prominent member of Joaquin Balaguer's reformist party, Garcia Godoy could hardly be considered an impartial, nonpartisan neutral in the forthcoming presidential elections. A CIA biographic assessment categorized him as reasonably competent, but of average but not outstanding ability. Garcia Godoy was Bunker's choice for provisional president while Johnson and Fortas conferred in Texas. Bunker was further refining the plan for a provisional government. In a cable dated June 13, he informed Washington that he and the two other OAS commissioners had been thinking of an institutional act spelling out governmental administrative prerogatives and functions. As a first step in drafting such a document, Bunker agreed the State Department's promised draft of basic law should be most helpful. This cable represented the effective demise of the 1963 Constitution, the first in Dominican history to be drafted by a democratically elected body. Bunker was also eager to establish a fixed timetable for elections. His cable of June 13 emphasized the necessity of developing a formula guaranteeing genuinely free elections as the only way of resolving the crisis. In order to overcome the doubts and distrust pervading popular opinion, the OAS proposal for elections must be highly specific to be credible. The time span sufficiently short to convince DOM political groups, and people as a whole, that this is not just another scheme to postpone the day of reckoning indefinitely. All of this argued for an electoral date set between 6 and 9 months from 6. The president returned from Texas ready to implement the Bunker Man plan. A 50-minute conference was convened for the late morning of June 14, at which the president's key advisors, MC George Bundy and Tom Mann, reviewed Bunker's latest cables. No one challenged the fundamental strategic guidelines underlying Bunker's latest proposals, thereby implicitly rejecting Fortas's objections. 1. Now, the Bunker Mission 211. Point that remained in dispute was the time frame for the upcoming elections. Bunker still supported an election date 6 to 9 months from then. Although Mann would ideally prefer a longer period, he did not feel strongly about it. Johnson agreed to leave the final decision to Bunker, setting the time span at no sooner than 6 months and not later than a year. Still, it was apparent the later date was viewed as preferable, with the president reiterating that we are in trouble if the Dominicans elect a communist. Of course, Juan Bosch was the only viable presidential candidate on the left, and he was not a communist. Nevertheless, the message was clear. Bundy and Mann agreed that the junta military should be permitted to name its own command, with the understanding that these officers would be professionals who are untainted by the present conflict, and who will not be an easy propaganda mark for the rebels. In return, the military would be expected to support the provisional government of Garcia Godoy. Mann reported that he had attempted to convince several influential members of Congress of the communist threat in the Dominican Republic, but they were skeptical and feel we are hiding the facts. He therefore proposed that certain congressmen be provided with the whole spectrum of classified documents. This suggestion went nowhere, with Johnson countering that investigators have a vested interest in finding fault. Furthermore, congressmen should not get information acquired from wiretaps. They will make wiretaps the issue. Johnson was unwilling to have his decision to intervene subject to congressional review, even with the White House selecting those undertaking the review. Unfortunately, the minutes of this high-level meeting provide a condensed and incomplete record of the topics discussed. Although that day, June 14, the situation in Santo Domingo was marked by heightened tension, with U.S. troops on high alert, no mention of this remains in the minutes. Instead, there is a brief mention of rebel resistance, with reference to recent reports of dissension and dissatisfaction in the rebel ranks. It would be interesting to know of the discussion which ensued on how best further to exploit these divisions. Mann moved quickly to inform the U.S. Embassy of the decisions taken at the White House Policy Review. A cable written by Mann the same day began by confirming Washington's substantial agreement with views expressed by Bunker in his latest cables. Although Mann endorsed Bunker's decision to create an interim constitution to supersede the 1963 Constitution, he still insisted the provisions of this new 212 Institutional Act could not inhibit standard practice of deportation. Furthermore, the act had to make clear that communists cannot participate in elections. In terms of the timetable for elections, Mann informed Bunker of Johnson's formula calling for a date not earlier than 6 months and not later than 12 months from that moment, with preference being given to the longest period possible within that framework, that is, 12 months. Mann justified this insistence on delay by holding that anti-communist groups need more time than the more disciplined communists, and groups sympathetic with them, to organize political campaigns. Of course, Mann understood that Marxist-Leninist parties in the Dominican Republic would receive a negligible vote in any election. The real issue was Juan Bosch and his Social Democratic Party, the PRD, hardly a tightly organized vanguard formation, but one enjoying tremendous popular support. Background to a firefight. By June 14, the president and his advisors, with the sole exception of Abe Fortas, were solidly behind the Bunker-Mann plan for a provisional government. Since Camano and the rebel leaders remained intransigent, refusing to give credence to a transitional regime from which they were effectively excluded, the United States decided to demonstrate further its military might. This time U.S. troops, after engaging in an open conflict with rebel commando units, would proceed to occupy a significant section of the shrinking rebel zone. The residential zone adjacent to the Duarte Bridge had been the focal point for a series of skirmishes between paratroopers from the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division and rebel forces controlling this neighborhood. The immediate area included some of the poorest barrios in the city, strongholds of Bosch supporters, fiercely proud of their victory over the armored units of Wesson's shock troops at the Battle of Duarte Bridge. The area also included the electric power plant, occupied by paratrooper units on April 30 after an intense firefight. The U.S. military command understood the strategic value of the plant, which supplied all of the electricity to Santo Domingo, and to much of the rest of the Dominican Republic as well. Indeed, General Palmer considered it to be a factor of major importance in the unfolding struggle for the control of the city. Asterisk. The Bunker Mission 213. On April 30, when paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division first entered Santo Domingo, the city was without electricity. Power lines were down in numerous locations, and, within the plant itself, transformers had been destroyed by weapons fire. Army Engineer Corps units, in conjunction with skilled Dominican electrical workers, worked long hours to bring the power plant back online, while repairing lines throughout the city. By May 21, electricity had been returned to most areas. Yet the restoration of electrical power was not undertaken on a purely humanitarian basis. Control of the repaired and operational power plant enabled Palmer and the U.S. military command to disrupt the supply of electricity to targeted areas intermittently as it saw fit, to bring electricity to Santo Domingo on a sporadic basis. Furthermore, contingency plans were formulated to bring pressure to bear upon the rebels by a total quarantine of the rebel zone, barring the provision of all of the basic necessities of life. These plans were partially implemented on May 17, when the water supply was cut off from the inner city, but the plan was abandoned for humanitarian reasons. The rebels therefore had excellent reasons for challenging U.S. control over the power plant, but the area was a volatile one in any case. As sniper fire was directed against U.S. forces within the sector of the line of communication adjoining the western bridgehead of the Duarte Bridge, the United States retaliated with heavy weapons fire. An 8-story flour mill silo located directly opposite the power plant on the east bank of the Ozama River had been transformed into a heavily fortified observation post and sniper nest. The 80 or so paratroopers stationed on top of the silo were selected for their proficiency as sharpshooters. They were armed with powerful weapons, including 106 mm recoilless rifles capable of leveling the fragile wooden houses that sheltered the poor in the barrios adjacent to the power plant. Warehouses along the west bank of the Ozama were occupied by insurgent units who directed sniper fire at the paratroopers on the silo. The return bombardment created enormous damage, with uncontrolled fires roaring through the contested zone, leaving the waterfront in shambles. Although U.S. authorities repeatedly denounced the rebels for violating the ceasefire with unprovoked attacks, while insisting U.S. troops were operating under strict orders to return fire only when under attack, the paratroopers on top of the silo were, in fact, permitted to fire without being fired upon. The area adjacent to the western end of the Duarte Bridge was a flashpoint for conflict. One serious incident began on May 11, a tense moment immediately prior to the series of talks between Bosch and 214 Fortis. A major firefight erupted around the power plant that evening, and continued throughout the night. At 3:30 in the morning, paratroopers were authorized to advance from their positions in order to seize strategic locations being held by commando units. Within hours, the paratroopers had occupied several blocks within the rebel zone, including a tall warehouse that had provided cover for several snipers during the night. Palmer then ordered the paratroopers to withdraw to their previous positions, and they did so. The point is a crucial one. Soldiers along the line of communication, and within the international security zone, were under strict orders to advance from their positions only as needed to suppress sniper fire, and then, having succeeded, to return to their positions. Under heavy sniper fire during the night of May 11-12, the paratroopers stationed at the power plant, under Palmer's directives, followed exactly this policy. The situation the following day, May 12, remained extremely volatile. That morning a paratrooper patrol returned to the previously occupied warehouse to pick up the bodies of soldiers killed during the battle, and came under intense fire. Camano, worried another attack was about to be launched, called the president's personal emissary, John Bartlow Martin, to warn him that the insurgents were tired of talking, "We will fight to the death." Martin reassured him the patrol did not represent the first wave of an assault force, and the situation at the power plant returned to one of tenuous stability. 2 weeks later, toward the end of May, both sides agreed to the creation of a one-block buffer zone around the power plant, hoping to minimize the potential for future bloody confrontations. By the middle of June, the area was generally quiet, with occasional sniper fire from both sides marring a continuing truce. June 14, 1965, marked a day of celebration for the insurgents, the 6th anniversary of the last of several unsuccessful invasions of the Dominican Republic during the Trujillo era. U.S. officials and the Imbert junta prepared for mass demonstrations in support of the rebels. Indeed, U.S. troops were mobilized, available for immediate deployment should disturbances arise. Instead, the day passed quietly, but the next day would see the deadliest battle of the Dominican crisis of those pitting rebel troops against the U.S. military. A deadly confrontation. At 7:30 on the morning of June 15, U.S. paratroopers arrayed along the line of communication came under attack. Although General Palmer, the bunker mission 215, would later claim that the rebels had attacked along the entire length of the corridor, using machine guns, mortars, and tear gas in a concerted assault on U.S. positions. The evidence does not support his contention. The Army's internal report on Operation Power Pack, initially classified top secret, notes that an especially heavy volume of sniper fire from the rebel zone initiated the battle. Furthermore, the New York Times reported that 30 rebels had sparked the battle by firing into the cordon. Thus, there is every indication that the initial flare-up took place at a low level of intensity, and did not represent the full-scale assault alleged by Palmer. By 9 o'clock that morning, as the sniper fire continued unabated, Palmer authorized York to initiate a forward movement by the paratroopers, attacking and occupying rebel positions. 2 hours later the attack had begun, pushing U.S. forces into the inner city. Palmer and General Hugo Panasco Alvim, the head of the Inter-American Peace Force, authorized the paratroopers of the 82nd Airborne to advance their lines 2 blocks south and west of the power plant, where heaviest firing occurring, with the purpose outflanking rebels, and protecting plant. The rebels responded by transferring their most battle-ready troops to the firefight, trying to hold their line against the paratrooper assault. Several uncontrolled fires began burning within the nearby barrios, including a major conflagration that consumed a large warehouse located along the western bank of the Ozama. Although paratroopers stationed on top of the flour silo had directed fire against the warehouse, triggering the flash fire, Bennett would insist that the rebels had deliberately started the fire, hoping to provide a smoke screen for their tactical maneuvers. Up to this point, the situation had followed the pattern set by the incident of mid-May. Sniper fire aimed at soldiers holding the power plant had triggered intensive firing, with the paratroopers deciding to move forward a couple of blocks in order to clear high positions overlooking the plant. After the troop movement, firing decreased in intensity, seemingly one more flare-up in a volatile zone. At this point, past practice called for a paratrooper withdrawal to previous positions, but a very different scenario soon unfolded. In the late afternoon of the same day, June 15, Bunker and the OAS Ad Hoc Commission authorized U.S. forces to penetrate far more deeply into the rebel zone, seizing 30 blocks during this foray. This time the fighting involved the entire array of available weaponry. Comifo brought in his most experienced troops to hold the line, convinced the United States had initiated the final 216 assault to seize the entire rebel zone. The few tanks held by the insurgents were mobilized for action, along with machine guns and mortars. The paratroopers moved relentlessly forward, bayonets fixed, backed by mortars, bazookas, anti-tank weapons, and the devastatingly powerful 106 mm recoilless rifles. 6 rounds of mortar fire were directed at Comifo's headquarters in downtown Santo Domingo, several blocks from the main scene of the fighting, causing panic in the central shopping area of the city. Although the U.S. advance was restricted to one sector of the rebel zone, intensive weapons fire was exchanged along the entire length of the line of communication. In a final count of casualties, the Army estimated rebel losses at 99 killed, 100 wounded, and more than 150 taken prisoner, while the 82nd Airborne suffered 5 killed and 23 wounded. During the battle, General York took personal command of the sector. As the paratroopers advanced deeper into insurgent territory, their commanding general decided the stalemate had continued for far too long. He and his staff officers were convinced that the entire rebel zone could be occupied with minimal casualties, and within 30 minutes from the start of a total assault. According to Palmer, the commander of all U.S. forces in the Dominican Republic, and a tough, belligerent officer hostile to Bosch and the rebels, York was a conservative, totally unwilling to compromise with the left. Unlike Palmer, York had maintained his staff command post at the San Isidro Air Base, becoming close friends with Generals Wesson and de Los Santos. York was ready to crush the uprising definitively trademark at this point. The late afternoon of June 15, Palmer, in accordance with orders from above, went directly to the western bridgehead of the Duarte Bridge, where he told York to stop the advance into rebel territory, and to hold his current line. Diplomatically, Palmer later reported that York and his staff had agreed to these orders without complaint, although Palmer's command staff later conceded that the 82nd Airborne Division was prepared to continue its attack until the rebel zone had been neutralized, and was, in fact, restrained with difficulty. Professor Lawrence Yates, an Army historian who wrote a history of Operation Power Pack, interviewed several of York's staff officers. They agreed York had been sore when ordered to halt, and indeed Palmer and York had engaged in an extended, heated debate, before York finally acceded to Palmer's orders, and halted the advance. Soon after this incident, York was transferred out of the Dominican Republic, at Palmer's request. Of course, Palmer himself favored a total assault on the bunker mission 217. The rebel zone, and his operational staff later concluded the military again bowed to political pressure. There is little doubt that U.S. forces could have overrun the rebel zone without difficulty that day. By June 15, commando units guarding the inner city were demoralized and confused. 6 weeks of being surrounded by U.S. forces had undermined the ability of the insurgents to effectively resist a direct assault by U.S. troops on the inner city. Yet such an assault would have left the Dominican military command in complete control of the country, a result that no one in Washington was prepared to countenance. Instead, the United States pursued a consistent strategy, slowly suffocating the inner city, forcing the rebel leadership to accept the defeat of the popular uprising. Whatever his personal views, Palmer understood the parameters set by the White House, and worked within them. As the fighting died down in the latest battle zone, and a ceasefire came into effect, the balance of forces had once again been dramatically altered. The next day, as both sides exchanged sniper fire, U.S. soldiers consolidated the new occupation zone, moving barbed wire and barricades to seal off the captured area. More than 500 people were held for questioning, with paratroopers combing the newly occupied territory for suspected rebel sympathizers. This time the paratroopers would not withdraw to their previous positions. The U.S. military command fully understood the implications of the latest military confrontation. The rebel defeat had left the Inter-American Peace Force, composed overwhelmingly of U.S. troops, in strong bargaining position. According to Palmer, Comifo's best and most determined forces were shattered. The newly seized area had been one of their strongholds, and had been defended by their toughest commandos. To Palmer, the confrontation had been a key turning point, for Comifo learned his lesson well. After the June battle, Comifo was very weak indeed in comparison with the great base of Balaguer support were strong supporters of the revolution. 3 months later, with Garcia Godoy installed in power, McGeorge Bundy was even more concerned than Bennett had been. In a memorandum to President Johnson, Bundy foresaw Balaguer's defeat, since it fraud and intimidation 229 was wishful thinking for us to tell ourselves that virtuous, conservative, pro-American was likely to win a free election. This meant that the United States would again face a very tough and almost inescapable political choice, whether to cooperate with a leftist coalition or once again to give tacit approval to a military coup, enabling a military Frankenstein's monster to take control. Johnson was not prepared to accept either one of the choices presented by Bundy. Of course, Bundy's analysis assumed that the Dominican people would be permitted to choose their next president democratically. Instead, the president utilized the immense power and resources of the United States to make sure that Bosch would not be elected, thus bypassing Bundy's dilemma. Violence and threats. From the first days of the popular uprising, top U.S. officials were preparing to ensure the forthcoming election of Joaquin Balaguer. A product of the Trujillo era, Balaguer had written books extolling the virtues of the supreme benefactor. He had also spent many years serving the dictatorship as a diplomat holding a variety of posts. Balaguer had been rewarded for his faithful subservience in 1957, when Trujillo had handpicked him as the official vice presidential candidate on a ticket headed by the dictator's brother, Hector. 3 years later, when Hector was forced to resign after the failed assassination attempt on Betancourt, Balaguer became president, serving as a convenient front for the continuing autocratic rule of Rafael Trujillo. After Trujillo's assassination, Balaguer held on to power for a few months longer, before being forced to resign. A colorless bureaucrat, with the mean and downcast eyes of a parish priest, Balaguer consistently attempted to remain in the good graces of the rich and powerful. He was meek-looking, soft-voiced, and yet he could still be evasive and shrewd. While residing in New York City after being toppled from power, Balaguer remained in constant contact with the State Department, hoping to receive Washington's backing for another, and longer, term as president. The rebellion gave him just this opportunity, and he made the most of it. As the election campaign moved into high gear, the United States provided the Balaguer campaign with financial aid and logistical support. Unfortunately, the details of this covert operation remain secret, but the essential points are clear. In early 1966, General Palmer assessed the prospects for the coming election. Although Bosch's popularity had 230 always been overrated by Ambassadors Bennett and Bunker, Bosch still represented a genuine danger if he were elected. Thus, our only course of action at this time was to support Balaguer in every way we can. Since Palmer was transferred from his command in January 1966, he was not in a position to implement this strategy during the election campaign, but there can be little doubt that others in authority did exactly that. A U.S. Embassy cable from May 25, 1966, found Balaguer gaining in strength, having waged adept and aggressive campaign, striking Bosch and PRD most successfully on issues of communism and violence. Balaguer's party, the Partido Reformista, was also well funded, and indeed the great numbers of PR vehicles working countryside, expensively printed posters and literature, and airborne Balaguer streamers all attest to PR's generous financial sources. Embassy officials were not the only observers to note the lavish funding being provided to the Balaguer campaign. The New York Times reported that Balaguer was running an expensive American-style campaign. For weeks, small planes had been dropping thousands of campaign leaflets over the barrios of Santo Domingo. Even with all of these resources, the Balaguer campaign could not have overcome Bosch's enormous popularity on its own. Threats of force were critical in intimidating Dominican voters into accepting a Balaguer victory. In the countryside, Bosch's supporters confronted constant harassment, beatings, and death threats. At times, left-wing militants were tortured and killed. This atmosphere of terror extended to every level of the opposition, from the rank and file to the presidential candidate. Indeed, Juan Bosch became the focal point of right-wing intimidation. For more than 4 months after the rebellion, Bosch was prevented from returning to Santo Domingo. Only after the provisional government of Garcia Godoy had been installed in power, in September 1965, was the former president allowed to return from exile. At the same time, Balaguer had been permitted to return in June, 3 months earlier, a considerable advantage for a presidential candidate. San Isidro had vociferously opposed Bosch's return from the start, so the threat of assassination was immediate and real. After the PRD formally requested U.S. protection, Green Berets were assigned to provide assistance to those guarding Bosch's house, reinforcing the personal bodyguards drawn from the ranks of the elite unit of Dominican naval frogmen led by Montes Arach. This decision was reversed in January 1966, when Fraud and Intimidation 231 Special Forces units were restricted in their assignment, limited to surveillance of Bosch's residence. Bosch had good reason to fear an assassination attempt should he actively campaign through the countryside. Instead, the presidential candidate did all of his campaigning from his house. Every afternoon at 1:30 p.m., Bosch delivered a 30-minute radio talk from his home. These talks were delivered in a simple, direct manner, and they proved tremendously popular. Nevertheless, Bosch's reluctance to campaign damaged his credibility as a candidate. It could only reinforce the pervasive feeling in the countryside that he was bound to lose. After all, Bosch had not just antagonized the landed oligarchy, he had also alienated the United States. Indeed, Balaguer campaign officials dispatched trucks mounted with loudspeakers to isolated rural villages to spread the message that their candidate was the American choice. Asterisk. The Committee to Defend Free Elections. With Murillo Lopez's appointment as National Police Chief on February 10, 1966, the level of right-wing terror significantly diminished. The decision to send criminals to Santo Domingo represented a decision by the Johnson administration that it had to pursue a more sophisticated policy than had previously been pursued by Ambassador Bennett. Bunker had made democratic elections the centerpiece of the OAS Ad Hoc Commission's proposal to resolve the crisis confrontation. In order for this strategy to work, Bosch had to stay the course as a presidential candidate, in spite of the intimidation and terror. Although criminals sought to reassure Bosch that the elections would in fact be democratic, the credibility of U.S. diplomats had been undermined by the course of events throughout the uprising. In this context, Bosch's links to influential Social Democrats proved to be of critical importance. Sacha Volman stood at the nexus of these interlinking connections. Volman had the total confidence of Bosch, who had relied on his advice throughout his term as president. He remained in constant contact with key PRD leaders, including Pifia Gómez, as they monitored the constantly developing situation in the Dominican Republic. Yet Volman was viewed with considerable suspicion by high officials within the U.S. intelligence community, as well as by influential members of the White House National Security Staff. Nevertheless, he retained the confidence of Norman Thomas, the six-time presidential candidate of the Socialist 232 Party, USA, and a personality who commanded enormous respect among liberals and social democrats around the globe. Thomas in turn maintained excellent connections with the intelligence community, and with key foreign policy decision-makers, such as McGeorge Bundy. Indeed, Norman Thomas was the only person who could convince Washington to trust Volman in the midst of a potentially explosive situation. In early February 1966, Volman sent Thomas a letter detailing the terror campaign that had been levied against PRD activists throughout the previous fall and winter, a terror campaign that, if continued, would leave the Dominican elections worth no more than Stalin's or Hitler's elections. Yet recent events had produced some signs that the caveman U.S. policy that had been in place might change. Accordingly, Volman proposed that a team of neutral, objective observers be sent to the Dominican Republic to focus public attention on the election process, and thus to enhance the likelihood of a democratic election. Volman suggested to Thomas his plan might save the U.S. from being dragged into a criminal responsibility. Without Norman Thomas, Volman's proposal would have been stillborn, and yet Thomas had enormous confidence in Volman's judgment and strategic insight. Thomas was also eager to see Bosch remain in the presidential campaign, although he was well aware that the United States did not want Bosch to win. 6 weeks earlier, Thomas had written to Bosch that he still hoped for a democratic election, which he was sure would result in another triumph by U and the PRD. Thomas was predisposed to believe that the United States would permit democratic elections in the Dominican Republic, even if these elections led to a Bosch victory. This predisposition was reinforced by the recent reshuffling of the State Department's Latin American hierarchy. Accordingly, Thomas responded with enthusiasm to Volman's proposal, in the hope that its implementation would smooth the way to democratic elections. In early March, Volman traveled to Puerto Rico to meet with the PRD leadership. He reported back to Thomas that the PRD had every interest to participate in elections, but only if they were to be honest. With both Bosch and Thomas endorsing the concept, the plan was soon being implemented. Volman could originate the idea, but the organization of a committee would depend on the skills and contacts of Norman Thomas and his circle of supporters. By 1966, Thomas was an elderly invalid, nearly blind and limited in mobility and energy. Yet he had attracted a core of energetic admirers, including Allard Lowenstein*. Lowenstein had b. Fraud and Intimidation 233. Come a political activist in the early 1950s, when he rose to become a leading member of the National Student Association. During these years, the CIA covertly funded the NSA, viewing it as an anti-communist pole of attraction for young people, and an excellent cover for covert operations. For the academic year 1961 to 1962, Lowenstein taught political science at Stanford University, where he recruited idealistic students to his brand of pragmatic progressive politics. In the following years, he served as an advisor to influential civil rights leaders, including Martin Luther King, Jr. Thus, Lowenstein was a valuable addition to the Committee to Defend Free Elections in the Dominican Republic. Soon after his return from Puerto Rico, Volman met with Lowenstein to begin laying the groundwork for the proposed Committee of Election Observers. The two readily agreed that the commission should have a positive attitude. Indeed, the purpose was not to throw stones at the administration, so the commission would avoid any comment on the escalating war in Vietnam, an issue then engendering bitter divisions within the country and within the left. Although Lowenstein did not enjoy the worldwide respect and admiration accorded to Norman Thomas, he did enjoy considerable influence within the liberal community. The committee would dispatch a preliminary team to the Dominican Republic in the middle of April, and Lowenstein would function as one of its leaders. Volman urged the PRD leaders to extend their cooperation to the mission, adding that Lowenstein was a very good friend of mine. While Lowenstein and Thomas began laying the groundwork for a U.S. delegation to the elections, Volman initiated a Latin American counterpart. In a letter to José Figueres, the former president of Costa Rica, Volman pointed out that the upcoming elections marked a crossroad. A democratic election would be a harbinger of positive democratic reconstruction throughout the hemisphere, while a rigged election would initiate a new period of unrest, a polarization of forces within Latin America. This context established the urgent need for a team of outside observers, since only a close supervision on the local level of the electoral process could convince the Dominican military command to halt its intimidation of the rural populace. Volman advised Figueres that Norman Thomas had already spoke to officials of the U.S. State Department, and been told that the U.S. government will see no inconvenience in the presence of an investigating committee, provided that the observers did not make themselves guilty of being politically partisan in the Dominican internal situation. With this as 234. The backdrop, Volman asked for Figueres' support in recruiting prominent individuals as participants in the commission. Nevertheless, most of the commission observers would come from the United States. In initiating the organizing committee, Thomas turned to the Socialist Party. Several of the party's core of younger activists formed the nucleus of the Committee to Defend Free Elections in the Dominican Republic. Rachel Horowitz, who served as the committee's executive director, was a leading member of the right-wing tendency within the Socialist Party. Her circle, clustered around Max Schachtman, supported the war in Vietnam, and defended President Johnson's decision to escalate the war and to bomb North Vietnam. Since Norman Thomas had become a vocal critic of the Vietnam War, advocating an end to the bombing and a negotiated settlement to the confrontation, relations between him and the Schachtman group were becoming increasingly frayed. Still, Thomas had worked closely with Horowitz and her friends in an earlier and successful drive to isolate the more radical elements within the Socialist Party. Despite their conflicting views on Vietnam, Thomas and Horowitz worked harmoniously in carrying out the committee's mandate. As the committee expanded its operations, funding developed into a major problem. Some of the observers could provide their own funding sources, but others would need to be subsidized. Norman Thomas had close ties to the United Automobile Workers, since many of that union's leaders had been members of the Socialist Party during its formative years in the 1930s. Victor Reuther, Director of International Affairs and Administrative Assistant to the UAW President, his brother Walter, remained a close friend and supporter. In early May 1966, Thomas wrote to Victor Reuther requesting a $10,000 contribution. Nevertheless, the committee would be forced to rely on contributions from more mainstream sources. John Hay Whitney was one of the richest and most powerful members of the corporate elite. A major stockholder in Newsweek, he was also the publisher of the New York Herald Tribune. Whitney maintained close ties to the intelligence community. During the Second World War he had been briefly captured by German troops while on a mission for the Office of Strategic Services into Nazi-occupied France. His son-in-law, William Haddad, was also a prominent figure. Haddad had worked on the Herald Tribune before joining the Office of Economic Opportunity in a policy-making post. By 1966, Haddad had returned to the private sector, with close ties to the Whitney family fortune. Lowen. Fraud and Intimidation 235. Stein approached Haddad for a contribution to the committee, hoping to tap these riches. Two other funding sources were even more closely tied to the CIA and its covert funding of sensitive operations through conduit foundations. Harold Orem was unequaled as a fundraiser for Cold War causes. A former member of the Socialist Party, Orem had begun his career soliciting money for the Republican cause during the Spanish Civil War. In the 1950s, his public relations firm had acted as the paid lobbyist for the U.S.-supported South Vietnamese government of Ngo Dinh Diem. Orem provided Norman Thomas with a list of possible contributors to the committee, all of them wealthy degree. Thomas also approached the Kaplan Fund for assistance. For several years, the Kaplan Fund had been the immediate source for the large grants that had underwritten Sasha Volman's Institute of International Labor Relations. Yet Representative Wright Patman had publicly exposed the Kaplan Fund as a CIA conduit during the course of a congressional hearing in August 1964. Thus, Norman Thomas must have known that he was asking a foundation with intimate ties to the intelligence community to provide assistance to the committee to defend free elections in the Dominican Republic *. All of the evidence points to CIA funding for the committee, although it does not conclusively establish this link. The committee's approach to the State Department is beyond question. Thomas was pleased when Alan Stewart, the newly appointed director of the State Department's Caribbean Bureau, expressed his personal approval of our plan. In turn, Stewart reported his contacts to National Security Council staff, who made certain that key decision-makers were informed of the committee's activities. Bosch decides to run. As its first public act, the committee dispatched a preliminary team of observers to Santo Domingo on April 17. The team featured several prominent figures, including Allard Lowenstein, Victor Reuther, and Bayard Rustin, the civil rights leader and organizer of the 1963 March on Washington. Upon arriving, the delegation issued a press release pledging its commitment toward removing any obstacles which may yet remain to the earliest realization of free elections. In the course of its one-week stay, the delegation interviewed a wide array of prominent 236 Dominican leaders, including Bosch, many of whom cast considerable doubt as to the validity of the electoral process. Lowenstein and Reuther even undertook a trip into the Dominican interior, where they observed the impact that months of terror had wreaked on a defenseless peasantry. Upon returning to the United States, members of the delegation convened a press conference to issue a report on their mission, with Victor Reuther acting as spokesperson. According to the committee's delegation, public order had improved considerably in the last 2 months. Furthermore, relative calm now exists, and with the presence of outside observers it is likely that a free election can take place. However, the visiting delegation was concerned, fearful that a Bosch victory might trigger a military coup, and that the United States would side with the military in such an event. By early May, the committee was ready to implement its primary objective, to send dozens of observers to monitor the June presidential election. Although Norman Thomas had relied on comrades from the Socialist Party for the initial core of the committee, he reached out beyond this familiar circle for a staff person to coordinate activities in Santo Domingo. To fill this position, the committee selected one of Lowenstein's Stanford recruits, Fred Goff. It would be a choice that Lowenstein and Thomas would come to regret. Goff had been recruited to progressive politics by Lowenstein while still a student at Stanford University. In addition to youthful enthusiasm, he was 23 in 1966. He also brought a command of the Spanish language. Goff first went to the Dominican Republic as part of the preliminary team led by Lowenstein and Reuther in mid-April. In early May, he traveled to Puerto Rico to meet with Sasha Volman. At first, Volman did not realize that Goff was just what he claimed to be, an earnest young liberal. Since Lowenstein maintained ties to the intelligence community, Volman assumed Goff had been briefed as well. Volman therefore asked Goff if he knew his way around the U.S. Embassy in Santo Domingo. Of course Goff did not, so Volman drew a map, highlighting the political affairs section, where several CIA case officers were assigned as cover. When Goff continued to display a puzzled innocence, Volman understood the problem and immediately destroyed the map. Goff did not fully grasp the significance of Volman's approach until much later. At the time, he maintained his conviction that the committee was working in good faith to ensure the successful completion of democratic elections. After being briefed by Volman, Goff proceeded to Fraud and Intimidation 237. Santo Domingo, where he met with the presidential candidates to solicit their cooperation in monitoring the elections. He also met with Crimmins, who complained that the committee was biased toward the PRD, and Bosch. In response, Goff insisted he was working with all parties involved, and that we were not campaigning for the PRD. Goff was impressed by Crimmins, convinced that the U.S. has really made a change in its policy. Although Goff was capable and enthusiastic, he was an outsider, without close ties to the tightly knit circle of influential Dominican politicians. Sasha Volman was the obvious choice to represent the committee in Santo Domingo, and yet Volman had been forced to leave the Dominican Republic soon after the September 1963 coup. He had also antagonized powerful figures in the CIA and in the White House. On the other hand, the State Department had approved Volman's plan to send outside observers to oversee the election. In these tenuous circumstances, Norman Thomas was willing to stake his personal credibility as Volman's guarantor. In late April 1966, he wrote to Eric Goldman, a White House aide with connections to intellectuals and progressives, informing him of Volman's desire to travel to the Dominican Republic. Volman wanted to be reassured that he would be unharassed by the CIA. The matter was of critical importance since Volman, more than any other single person, could be a very helpful influence on Juan Bosch. This time, Norman Thomas was unable to persuade the government to adopt a more favorable attitude toward Volman. The Johnson administration was worried that Volman would prove to be too effective, giving Bosch's campaign a critical boost, just as he had during the 1962 election. In early 1966, Volman was informed by a government official, in all likelihood an envoy from the CIA, that he could not return to the Dominican Republic prior to the election. He was also told that if he ignored this warning, he would be stripped of his citizenship and deported. A naturalized citizen, Volman took the warning as a serious threat, and heeded it. Volman continued to help Bosch's campaign, but he did so from a distance. After Bosch's return to Santo Domingo in September 1965, Volman moved to Puerto Rico, where he helped to raise funds from prominent members of the PPD, the Social Democratic Party led by Mufiaz Marin that had ruled Puerto Rico since 1948. Some of these affluent donors were also significant contributors to the Democratic Party. The White House was not pleased. 238. Bosch insists on guarantees. Bosch had been persuaded to enter the presidential campaign, but he remained skeptical. He began pressing the United States for an explicit commitment that it would respect the electoral process, and that it would accept him as president should he be elected. In Santo Domingo, responsible U.S. officials were willing to provide Bosch with the desired guarantees. On April 19, Crimmins, as charge d'affaires, pledged our intentions to support the government chosen by the Dominican people. This commitment, which Ambassadors Bennett and Bunker had conveyed to Bosch earlier, was clear and firm. Bosch replied that he had no faith in U.S. policies and assurances, a position he would have been well advised to sustain. A week later, Mann dispatched a top-secret memo to the president covering the same points. Although most of this memorandum remains classified, a segment of the released portion suggests that the best thing for State Department officers to do between now and the June 1 election is to clam up. If forced to respond as to whether the United States would support whoever is elected, comments should be limited to a general statement that U.S. aid was provided to Latin American countries operating within the policy guidelines set by the OAS Charter Degree. This would seem to be one of the few times during the course of the Dominican crisis that Lyndon Johnson ignored man's advice. The president had staked his personal authority on a peaceful transfer of power to a civilian government. If Bosch withdrew from the campaign, the election of June 1 would be rendered meaningless. Thus, U.S. officials in Santo Domingo and in Washington continued to insist, in private briefings and in public statements, that the United States would remain neutral, and that it would respect the will of the Dominican people. Contingency plans. In early May, the Joint Chiefs of Staff focused the internal debate on the appropriate response to a Bosch victory by circulating a memorandum urging U.S. diplomats to present a resolution to the Organization of American States authorizing a rapid withdrawal of the Inter-American Peace Force, following the June election. This withdrawal would only be reversed if the president-elect formally requested a brief postponement. The training and equipment we have provided to the Dominican. Fraud and intimidation. 239. Police and military over the last several months led the Joint Chiefs to conclude that these forces are now capable of maintaining internal security in the Dominican Republic. Furthermore, the continued presence of U.S. troops in the Dominican Republic represented a continued political liability to the United States. In terms of the upcoming election, the Joint Chiefs of Staff suggested that Balaguer would favor a rapid withdrawal of the IAPF, since he could work harmoniously with the Dominican military in effectively resisting the forces of the extreme left. Bosch, on the other hand, had indicated his desire to keep the IAPF in place, as a counterpoise to the Dominican military and police. The Joint Chiefs urged the White House to foreclose such a possibility by making the decision then, before the election, to withdraw U.S. troops by the end of June*. The Joint Chiefs memo spurred an urgent response from Crimmins in Santo Domingo, who sharply criticized its arguments, pointing out that Balaguer may well wish IAPF presence in some form to continue in first few months of new term. Crimmins did not believe that the United States should extend its military presence indefinitely, but rather that the troop withdrawal should be extended over the 3 months following the election. The essential point remained that, should Bosch be elected, a move by the United States to recall its troops immediately after the election, even before the inauguration of the new president, could be interpreted as hand-washing exercise, even as green light for movement against Bosch. These arguments seemed to win favor, because the Joint Chiefs' initiative to have the United States announce its desire to immediately withdraw its troops was put into limbo. Still, the interchange between Crimmins and the Joint Chiefs provided the backdrop for policy debates at the decision-making level. The Bundy Interdepartmental Committee had lapsed into dormancy after the initial weeks of the crisis, but Walt Rostow, who succeeded McGeorge Bundy as the President's National Security Advisor in February 1966, revived the committee as the Dominican Working Group. Under these auspices, William Bodler, a member of the National Security Council staff with primary responsibility for Latin America, drafted a contingency plan for review by the working group, as well as Bunker and Crimmins. Again, the key point centered on the appropriate response to a Bosch victory. The contingency plan presented 3 different options, varying from open hostility to guarded support. The first would have required Bunker and Crimmins, as the senior U.S. diplomats on the scene, to express 240 congratulations to Bosch upon his victory, along with an offer to discuss how we might continue to be helpful. The middle option provided for U.S. diplomats to maintain a correct, but aloof, stance, placing the initiative for improving relations solely with Bosch. The third option called for freezing all relations with Bosch, accompanied by an early withdrawal of the IAPF as a prelude to encouraging the military to oust him and establish a junta of their choosing. The first option, a friendly approach to Bosch, would be well received by objective liberal elements in this country. It might also predispose Bosch to be less bellicose in his attitude toward the United States. Yet it would also make it more difficult to disengage from Bosch if at a later stage he took steps contrary to understandings we reached with him. The second option of a wait-and-see policy would permit the United States to retain maximum maneuverability in its dealings with Bosch. Furthermore, confronted with the hostility of the Dominican military, this option would force Bosch to come to us, placing the United States in a better bargaining position. Yet this policy option carried significant risks, perhaps provoking Bosch to harden his attitude against the United States, a constructive influence on Bosch. The risks inherent in following the third option were daunting, including another civil war with a definite possibility that the extreme left will make further gains. Since a military coup would represent a failure of U.S. policy in the DR, the contingency plan concluded that this option should not be considered as a viable alternative. Obviously, the contingency paper had done just that, given serious consideration to the overthrow of a democratically elected government led by Juan Bosch. In any case, Baudelaire proposed that the United States adopt the first option, offering congratulations to Bosch should he be elected, with the goal of initiating discussion on how we can be helpful to him for our material advantage, while depriving us of. As a means of implementing this contingent policy decision, a working paper was prepared setting the guidelines for Bunker and Crimmins should Bosch be elected. Under its provisions, the newly elected president would have been warned of the serious dangers which he confronts in relation to the infiltration of his administration of communist and other extreme left elements. This is a particularly interesting formulation of a recurring theme, since the strategy paper clearly differentiates between communists and radical leftists, and yet insists that Bosch eliminate both tendencies from his administration. The draft guidelines. Fraud and Intimidation 241. Also suggested that the United States would be glad to provide Bosch with intelligence data relative to potential candidates for appointment within his government and in government-owned industries, with the understanding that the new regime would have to establish a highly secure channel to receive and evaluate the data. The guidelines also suggested that Bunker and Crimmins stress strongly to the new president the desirability of not rocking the boat on the military. Furthermore, Bosch would be advised on the advisability of retaining the military command appointed by Garcia Godoy. The U.S. diplomats would caution against any precipitate move that the military would regard as a threat to its institutional status. By May 23, the contingency plan was being readied for submission to the president, having gained the approval of Bunker and Crimmins. Influential administration advisors were backing it, including Bill Moyers, who pointed out that the administration was already subject to scathing criticisms from progressives increasingly disenchanted with the escalating conflict in Vietnam. Nevertheless, the issue was far from settled. The two people who counted most, Tom Mann and Lyndon Johnson, were still prepared to block Bosch's election, should he overcome all obstacles to win the election. Bosch threatens to withdraw. As the campaign moved into the final critical weeks, threats to the safety of Bosch and his supporters escalated in intensity. The brief period of relative calm that had marked February and March came to an end with Bosch's nomination as the PRD presidential candidate on April 10, 1966. At a meeting with Crimmins on April 19, Bosch predicted a steady deterioration in the election climate between now and June 1. Bosch also complained that high-level officers in the Dominican military were plotting to block his victory. The military conspiracy had its base of support chiefly in the Air Force. Bosch's prediction proved to be accurate. The level of violence escalated over the month following his official entry as a presidential candidate. This was especially true in the provinces, where PRD organizers were harassed and attacked, while campesinos were warned that they would be killed if they voted for Bosch. In early May, General de Los Santos told Air Force officers to be prepared for a quick strike. Should Bosch be elected, they must vow that he would not take power. A month later, with less than 2 weeks remaining in the campaign. 242. Bosch publicly threatened to withdraw, convinced that Balaguer would win election through terror, and that the elections would still be hailed all over the world as free, clean, and democratic. Bosch's withdrawal as a presidential candidate would have discredited Washington's strategy, leaving U.S. intervention apparent for all to see. At this critical juncture, Norman Thomas and the Committee to Defend Free Elections came to the rescue, anxious to maintain the appearance of democratic elections. Thomas telegraphed Bosch to hold back withdrawal pending the arrival of the committee's observers, for there could be no meaningful elections with your withdrawal. This telegram was followed by a telephone call in which Thomas pleaded with Bosch not to withdraw since there would be grave danger of an armed rebellion, bringing an extended occupation of the Dominican Republic by U.S. troops. In a further move to reassure Bosch, Norman Thomas sent an open telegram to President Johnson demanding the restriction of the military to barracks immediately, and for a period until after the election. The telegram was co-signed by an array of progressive notables, including John Kenneth Galbraith, Victor Reuther, A. Philip Randolph, and Michael Harrington. Garcia Godoy responded to the public pressure by immediately ordering military units to remain in their barracks through Election Day, June 1. Although the order appears to have been implemented during the two-week period prior to the election, Election Day would see a very different pattern. Bosch was placated, agreeing to remain a presidential candidate. On May 19, he announced his decision, while warning that if democracy is not born of completely free and clean elections, it will be illegal, and will have no security whatsoever. These were empty threats. The Committee to Defend Free Elections later boasted of its role in convincing Bosch to remain a candidate. A summary report to the committee from Thomas claimed that the Election Day observers had been an important element in persuading Dr. Juan Bosch not to withdraw. Without the possibility of a meaningful election, Bosch's supporters would have considered that there was no alternative left to them but to take up 76 arms in resistance to military domination. Opinion polls. Along with the threats and the pressure tactics came more subtle methods to manipulate public opinion and control the results of the election. Fraud and intimidation. 243. Opinion polls provided an important component in an elaborate complex of stratagems initiated by the United States to ensure Balaguer's victory. Polls were designed to gain a desired result. By manipulating the phrasing of questions, the results could be biased to exaggerate Balaguer's popular support. The poll results also enabled political warfare experts to gauge the strengths and weaknesses of both presidential candidates, so propaganda being funded and supplied to Balaguer could be modified to achieve maximum impact. Since the entire polling process represented a direct, and significant, infringement of Dominican sovereignty, the operation was undertaken covertly, shrouded in secrecy. The CIA had begun surveying public opinion as early as December 1962, immediately prior to the previous Dominican election, but from December 1965 through May 1966 the agency stepped up its effort, conducting an entire series of polls. Needless to say, the actual participants in the Dominican election commanded neither the resources nor the expertise to conduct an extensive series of polls over a period of 6 months. Two experts in the field, Richard Scammon and Everett Kirkpatrick, provided the CIA with expert advice. In early May, less than a month before the election, one of the polls indicated a swing to Balaguer, although many of those interviewed claimed to be undecided, a highly suspect result. Washington was eager to leak the results of the poll, hoping for a bandwagon effect. Bunker and Crimmins opposed the plan, certain that U.S. involvement will be assumed, and denials, no matter how strong, will not be convincing. The U.S. Embassy had already prepared a cover story in case of media coverage of the polling. Accordingly, the embassy was prepared to claim that a Mexican firm had commissioned the polls to develop economic information bearing on climate and prospects for private investment, with political data an unintended byproduct. Bunker and Crimmins did not expect this flimsy attempt at a cover story would be believed, and indeed they recognized that both Balaguer and Bosch know some such American poll has been taken. Still, making the results of a poll known would greatly antagonize Bosch, rendering it extremely difficult for the U.S. to work with him should he carry the election. Furthermore, public awareness of the polling would almost destroy credibility of America's stated commitment to accept the results of the election, no matter who won. In spite of their opposition to publicizing the poll results, Bunker and Crimmins understood that the final decision would be made in Washington. They therefore suggested that a leak would be most effective, and would exert 244. Greatest influence on substantial segment undecided voters, if it were timed for release in the last few days before the election. Whether the White House finally authorized the release of the CIA poll remains unclear, but either that poll or a similar one from the Balaguer camp was leaked in the final hours of the campaign. On May 31, the eve of the election, the New York Times predicted a close contest, with the reporter Paul Montgomery providing the desired spin to the poll results. Montgomery informed his readers that Balaguer's support was on the upswing, reflecting increasing support in the countryside. Last days of the campaign. The last week of the campaign was marked by crisis and confusion. Although the embassy foresaw a close election, both sides expected Bosch to win. In part, this reflected the impact of a key factor beyond the control of either side, the weather. President Johnson had insisted that the elections be scheduled for June 1, in the midst of the Dominican rainy season. With most of the population living in isolated communities in rural areas, powerful rainstorms often made it almost impossible for peasants to travel beyond their villages. During his discussion with Crimmins in mid-April, Bosch had objected to the June date, warning that bad weather would mean that only 50% of the rural electorate would turn out, thus paving the way for fraud and ballot box stuffing. As expected, torrential storms deluged the Dominican Republic for 48 hours on May 26 and 27. The storm spelled disaster for Balaguer, who relied on the rural vote as his primary base of support. Furthermore, he was forced to cancel a mass rally that had been scheduled to take place in Santo Domingo on May 28, just 4 days before the election, when muddy roads made traveling perilous at best. Balaguer tried to salvage the situation with what was in reality a poorly timed and hastily improvised political gambit. On May 27, he withdrew from the election, demanding that the Central Electoral Board make it easier for women to vote. Voter registration had lagged, so the board had allowed a potential voter to present a cédula personal, or identity card, as adequate identification at the polling place. Under Trujillo, each person had been required to register at the local police station, and to carry as personal identification an identity card, the cédula. Balaguer now insisted that any woman who desired to vote be fraud and intimidation 245. Permitted do so by affirming that she was at least 25 years of age. No identification of any sort would be required, not even the cédula *. The next day, May 28, Bunker met with Garcia Godoy, having informed the White House that he would be doing everything in his power this morning to get Balaguer back on the tracks. Under pressure, the Central Electoral Board agreed to allow women to vote without identification, and Balaguer withdrew his threatened resignation. Balaguer's maneuver is indicative of the mood of both sides as election day approached. Although the presidential race appeared close, Bosch had the lead and the momentum. Bosch himself believed he would win and was preparing to form a cabinet that could gain the tacit approval of the United States. According to the FBI, Bosch appeared to be in excellent health and spirits on May 31, feeling extremely optimistic about the outcome of the election to be held the following day. However, Bosch feared a military coup might be launched once he assumed power, so he was preparing to handle the military with extreme delicacy. In choosing a cabinet, Bosch had already decided to rule out Camano or any other rebel officer whose appointment would arouse resentment in the armed forces. As he prepared for the future, Bosch felt confident that isolated reports of intimidation of voters by military and police personnel would not be of sufficient importance to seriously impair the election. Although he expected to be elected, Bosch was ready to cooperate with Balaguer in the reconstruction of the country should he win a surprising victory. This pledge was contingent on a democratic election, since it would not be possible to control the people if wholesale fraud were apparent. The next few days would test Bosch's willingness to accept defeat quietly. Not only did Bosch expect to win, the U.S. Embassy leaned in that direction as well. In a lengthy analysis of the election written in early May, Crimmins concluded the election was a toss-up, with Bosch probably being right now the man to beat. Crimmins reported that many people who talked confidently 2 months ago of a Balaguer victory have modified their views in the light of the aggressive, well-financed, well-constructed campaign being waged by Bosch and the PRD** only the CIA predicted a Balaguer victory. 6 months before the election, the 7-member U.S. country team, the top officials in the embassy, took a straw poll. Only David Atlee Phillips, the CIA chief of station in Santo Domingo, did not expect Bosch to win. On the eve of 246. The election, the country team took another straw poll. This time the vote was 5-2 for Bosch, with only Phillips and one other embassy official predicting a Balaguer victory. The embassy, presumably with Crimmins's approval, then dispatched a cable to Washington forecasting Bosch's election. That the CIA correctly assessed the results of the election is hardly surprising. It would take a coordinated pattern of fraud to block Bosch's victory. Election Day. Election Day proved to be beautiful and sunny. Precinct stations throughout the Dominican Republic reported long lines, with voters waiting quietly for a chance to cast their ballot. Dan Couragement, a veteran reporter covering the election for the Washington Post, had been expecting a turnout of about 1 million voters, roughly the same as that recorded at the previous election 3.5 years previously. His dispatch on election day adhered to the same prediction. During the day, the OAS had dispatched 42 observers to precinct stations around the country. The Committee to Defend Free Elections had sent 70 observers, in teams of 2. Norman Thomas told the media of his belief that the presence of these observers would help to deter the perpetration of fraud. That evening, the committee's teams returned to Santo Domingo, few of them reporting significant problems. Yet, in spite of a surface atmosphere of tranquility, the situation remained tense, with each of the participants preparing for violent confrontations. The counting of the ballots proceeded slowly, with some of the results from outlying districts taking several days to arrive in Santo Domingo. The following morning, June 2, President Johnson talked with Tom Mann for 20 minutes. Having officially retired from government service a week earlier, Mann did not have immediate access to State Department cables, so Johnson briefed his trusted advisor on the first, scattered reports. Balaguer was a little ahead, but the final outcome was still uncertain. The president sought Mann's advice on the appropriate response should Bosch be elected. Although Mann thought we would have quite a job, he also suggested there would be a lot of instability should such a result occur. Mann hoped Bosch would have enough sense to resign, ceding power to his running mate, Antonio Guzman. The president was also concerned that Bosch would yell fraud should Balaguer be declared the winner. Mann doubted it, since fraud and intimidation 247. Bosch would then have a feeling of real relief if he gets in, someone might knock him off. Also, it would be hard to establish that it was a fraud with the press all over the place. 14 months after the popular uprising had begun, both Johnson and Mann remained steadfast in their ultimate goal. Bosch would not be permitted to return to power. By the afternoon of June 2, the first official tally had been released and the outcome of the election had become apparent. Bosch's substantial majority in Santo Domingo was being overwhelmed by Balaguer's huge majorities in the rural precincts. That afternoon, groups of young people surged through the streets of Santo Domingo taunting soldiers, and demanding the immediate removal of the U.S. presence. Bosch was beginning to understand that victory had once again eluded him. Nevertheless, he urged his followers to remain calm until the final vote had been tabulated. With the polls closed, the observers from the Committee to Defend Free Elections proceeded to depart. Norman Thomas had remained in Santo Domingo to review the reports from the countryside, but by the afternoon of June 2 he too was preparing to return home. Before he left, he joined Lowenstein and Goff in a meeting with Bosch to assess the situation. Bosch urged Thomas to withhold any public comment until all of the reports of election irregularities had been thoroughly and impartially investigated. Thomas agreed, and then both he and Lowenstein departed for the airport, with Goff in tow. Once in the United States, however, Thomas broke his pledge to Bosch by publicly validating the election. As he left his plane in New York, Thomas informed the press that he was sure that there had been no fraud. Both Volman and Lowenstein quietly urged Thomas to endorse the validity of Balaguer's victory. In Santo Domingo, a period of relative calm was coming to an abrupt end. Shortly before midnight, units of the National Police and the Army surrounded the house of Hector Aristide. Soldiers opened fire on the house, and a firefight ensued for several hours. Goff had hoped to meet with Aristide upon his return from the airport, but he found himself being pulled aside as he approached the house. When the firing finally stopped, Aristide had managed to escape, dressed as an old man, but 2 of his bodyguards had been killed in the battle. Aristide had become one of the most celebrated heroes of the popular uprising. He had also become a target of U.S. decision-makers, who had sought to have him exiled during the extended negotiations with Guzman. With Balaguer's election, and the assault on his house, Aristide was convinced that he, 248, would be killed if he remained in the Dominican Republic. After briefly hiding in Bosch's house, he left for Paris, and a decade and more in exile. By the afternoon of June 3, the evidence of fraud being reported to PRD headquarters was overwhelming. Demonstrators surged through the streets demanding that Bosch be certified as the victorious candidate. Bosch again called for calm, but he also declared that the election process had been undermined by fraud, and that he would challenge the initial results and ask for a recount. The situation on the streets of Santo Domingo was becoming increasingly tense. In Washington, officials were fearful of open clashes between rebel supporters and U.S. troops. Once again, Norman Thomas moved to mollify Bosch, hoping to avoid a direct confrontation. He issued a lengthy statement to the press, in which he again reinforced the credibility of the election, while also taking into account Bosch's claims of fraud. Thomas conceded that there was a strong feeling in Santo Domingo that in the counting of the ballots there had been extensive fraud against Juan Bosch. Although he reiterated that such charges must be strictly and impartially investigated, he continued to maintain that the actual voting had taken place without violence, or evidence of palpable fraud. Thomas again boasted that the presence of observers from the Committee to Defend Free Elections had made a substantial contribution to the holding of an unauthorized free election. This statement essentially called for an investigation of Bosch's charges of fraud, while undercutting their relevance in a determination of the true victor. On the same day it was issued, Thomas also sent a personal, confidential telegram to Bosch, with the same basic message, emphasizing that he saw no excuse for the resumption of violence on any side. Thus, Bosch was being asked to accept his defeat docilely, in spite of the numerous charges of fraud. The reassurances of Norman Thomas were not the only means being utilized to convince Bosch to accept Balaguer's victory. Bosch and Balaguer agreed to meet in secret, with Sasha Volman acting as intermediary. Although Volman had been warned by U.S. officials to stay out of the Dominican Republic during the election campaign, he was back in the country within a couple of days of the election. Volman had been serving as the PRD emissary to Balaguer since 1961, so it was easy for him to arrange a clandestine meeting between the presidential rivals. Balaguer began by offering Bosch a position in his cabinet, but Bosch refused. Then Balaguer stated his willingness to allow the PRD to fraud and intimidation 249 function as an open, legitimate opposition party, but only if the PRD kept clear of any affiliation with the radical left, and if it refrained from organizing demonstrations protesting the new government's policies. Although the meeting did not lead to a formal agreement, it did mark another sign that Bosch would ultimately accept the validity of Balaguer's election. Balaguer was also anxious to incorporate Volman into his regime. Although Volman had decided to leave the political arena, he still wanted to clear this move with Norman Thomas. When Thomas indicated his disapproval, Volman agreed to become an unofficial advisor to the government on budget-related issues, while also serving as an informal advisor to Balaguer. Sacha Volman had, indeed, opted to switch sides. Bosch had come to the full realization that he had lost, and yet he still sought more solid guarantees of protection. On June 13, he publicly conceded the election, although he also detailed a series of election abuses that the Central Electoral Board had ignored, and that Balaguer refused to recognize. Although the crisis atmosphere had been diffused in Santo Domingo, Bosch was still under popular pressure to organize protests demanding his return to power. Norman Thomas responded to Bosch's speech in public and private. In a summary report to supporters of his committee, Thomas praised Bosch for the services he was rendering to peace and democracy. He also wrote privately to Bosch expressing his very great appreciation of your handling of matters since the election. The next step would require further negotiations so that Bosch and Balaguer could work out the necessary arrangements to allow the PRD to operate in constructive opposition without fear of death or lesser harassment. Thomas had previously been in contact with Marvin Rosenberg, a confidant of Vice President Hubert Humphrey. The Vice President had returned to the good graces of Lyndon Johnson after touring Southeast Asia in February 1966. Indeed, Humphrey was now one of the most vocal proponents of the administration's Vietnam policy. He was thus in a good position to act as a conduit to the White House. An affluent curtain manufacturer, Rosenberg was a prime contributor to Humphrey's many campaigns. Rosenberg advised Thomas that Humphrey was really enthusiastic about doing what he could to see that there was a two-party system free from terror in the Dominican Republic. Thomas was pleased to inform Bosch that a pipeline had been opened to Washington, and that any complaints Bosch might have would go directly to Humphrey through Thomas and Rosenberg. Thomas further reassured. 250. Bosch that Humphrey wants pretty much what I want now in the Dominican situation. This letter to Bosch was followed by one to Humphrey via Rosenberg. In it, Thomas implored the vice president to take into account the intense pressure Bosch was under from the youthful activists within the PRD. The United States needed to understand what a good job Bosch had done in difficult circumstances. In late June, President Johnson named Humphrey as the official U.S. representative to Balaguer's inauguration. Before departing, Humphrey and his chief aide John Reilly met with two of Bosch's most influential supporters, Norman Thomas and Victor Reuther. Both insisted that it was crucial to maintain a continuing dialogue with Bosch. Reuther seems to have gone further. As a leading union official, he was disturbed that U.S.-covered funding of the Dominican trade union movement was limited to CONATRAL, the Dominican affiliate of ORIT, the Latin American Union Federation linked to the AFL-CIO and the CIA. Reilly wrote Humphrey that CONATRAL commanded very little popular support, and yet almost all of our aid was being funneled in this direction. Reuther had suggested that CASC, as the strongest non-communist union, was deserving of U.S. support. CASC maintained ties to the Social Christian Party, which had endorsed Bosch in the 1966 presidential election. Just prior to his departure for Santo Domingo, Humphrey was briefed by Richard Helms, Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, and Desmond Fitzgerald, Deputy Director of Plans and Coordinator of all covert operations. Reilly urged Humphrey to press the CIA's top officials as to whether the agency would be working with all non-communist unions or just one. In this context, Humphrey was to propose that the United States lean on some of our European friends who are better connected with the non-ORIT groups. Unfortunately, the paper trail ends here, leaving it unclear whether the proposal to fund CASC covertly was actually implemented. While in Santo Domingo, the vice president met with several influential Dominican leaders, but not with Bosch. Although Humphrey excused the decision to avoid meeting Bosch as an unfortunate consequence of a tight schedule, in fact the CIA chief of station, David Adley Phillips, had insisted that the meeting be cancelled because Humphrey's fraud and intimidation. 251. Life might be in danger. Phillips warned that Bosch's personal bodyguard, drawn from the ranks of Montes Arach's elite unit of Navy frogmen, had been infiltrated by communists. The vice president did place a telephone call to Bosch while in Santo Domingo, and the two engaged in an extensive and cordial conversation. Humphrey conveyed the warmest regards of Norman Thomas and Victor Reuther, and he urged Bosch to lead a constructive, statesmanlike opposition to the Balaguer regime. Such a loyal opposition could stimulate the government to undertake necessary reforms, and thus much of Professor Bosch's program could become the program of all the Dominican people. Bosch responded to Humphrey's rosy generalities with his own promise that the PRD was willing and ready to work with the government. Indeed, Bosch thought very highly of President Balaguer, and he was anxious to work with him in the first days following the election. Bosch could have initiated and led a popular movement to demand a fair count of the ballots. Instead, he dampened popular discontent and defused a volatile situation. Rather than risk a direct confrontation with the Dominican military and the United States, he accepted the vague promises being offered by Washington, either directly or through Norman Thomas. In fact, these promises were worthless. The reign of terror became more pervasive as Balaguer consolidated his power. PRD activists were harassed, even killed. Opposition members in the legislature were ridiculed and ignored. Bosch had let his last opportunity evaporate, and with it the last chance in decades for a genuine democracy in the Dominican Republic. 10. Rationales for intervention. The U.S. intervention to the Dominican Civil War had a devastating impact on Latin America. Indeed, Professor Howard Wiarda, a leading scholar on Dominican affairs, has written that if one were looking for a single day that one could identify as the day the United States lost the Cold War in Latin America, and throughout the Third World, it would be April 28, 1965, the day the first contingent of Marines landed in Santo Domingo. Throughout the hemisphere, the poor and the dispossessed were bitter and dejected, well aware that the United States had sent an occupation force of more than 20,000 soldiers in order to prevent the certain victory of a popular rebellion. They understood that the Dominican intervention represented a warning, a clear signal that Washington would not tolerate an unfriendly regime in Latin America. For the United States, the Western Hemisphere had become an exclusive zone of dependency, to be protected from instability and disruption. Thus, the rebellion had to be squelched because of its incendiary potential throughout the region. U.S. intervention in the Dominican Republic was particularly compelling because the uprising had been led by moderate leftists pledged to a modest program of social reform and the democratization of an autocratic society. Although Lyndon Johnson was adamant in his conviction that Juan Bosch should be prevented from returning to power, he was stung by the vitriolic attacks of his critics. In the course of confidential conversations with his policy advisors, President Johnson sought to formulate a suitable rationale for his decision to deploy troops, hoping to counteract the overwhelming condemnation of U.S. intervention as it reverberated throughout Latin America. Influential advisors, such as Bill Moyers. Rationales for Intervention 253. Were also concerned with the damage the intervention had done to the president's image at home as a progressive leader. From the time the decision was made to deploy troops to Santo Domingo, the United States sought to articulate a credible basis for its actions. At first the explanations were inconsistent and confused, but over the next months the Johnson administration articulated a more sophisticated version of its defense, one that presented a series of justifications to explain U.S. actions during successive phases of the crisis. 30 years later, the true facts hidden by the official explanation have begun to surface. It is now possible to analyze the administration's rationalizations as they evolved over time, taking them point by point and inconsistency by inconsistency. This accomplished, the arguments advanced by the administration's critics, both liberal and radical, can be examined and evaluated. Finally, in this chapter, I develop my own perspective on the complex of factors driving U.S. policy during the Dominican crisis. The goal is to use an examination of this one volatile confrontation as a gateway to a deeper understanding of U.S. foreign policy as it operated during the Cold War and beyond. The initial intervention. The administration initially presented an elaborate defense of the first act of military intervention, the unilateral decision to deploy 500 Marines on April 28. U.S. representatives had a hard time in attempting to justify this action, in part because it directly contradicted a central premise of U.S. foreign policy. Ever since President Franklin Roosevelt promulgated the Good Neighbor policy during his inaugural address in March 1933, the United States had refrained from dispatching combat troops to quell popular uprisings within the Western Hemisphere. President Johnson's decision to dispatch a battalion of Marines to Santo Domingo thus reversed a fundamental policy guideline that had stood for more than 3 decades. The difficulties ran even deeper than this. When the United States opted to intervene unilaterally in the Dominican Civil War, it acted in direct violation of the 1948 Charter of the Organization of American States, signed in Bogotá, Colombia. Article 17 of this document provides that the territory of a state is inviolable, it may not be the object, even temporarily, of military occupation or of other measures of force taken by another state, directly or indirectly, on any ground whatsoever. The United States was a principal signatory of this charter, had 254. Never renounced it, and yet had openly and egregiously violated its provisions, both in letter and spirit. Thomas Mann, who stood at the nexus of U.S. decision-making throughout the crisis, understood the implications from the start. On the afternoon of April 28, Mann was worried that the unilateral decision to deploy the first contingent of Marines might be the prelude to a full-scale intervention, as indeed it was. He warned Deputy Secretary of Defense Cyrus Vance that the United States would soon have to decide whether we go in and re-establish order in the most illegal way possible. There is no precedent. In developing a rationale for the initial decision to intervene, U.S. officials had to design a scenario that would necessitate an emergency response, obviating the need for prior consultation and approval by the OAS. A confidential memorandum from a National Security Council staff aide suggested that the communist dimension would not suffice. Thus, the argument had to be limited to claims that U.S. troops were needed to protect lives, and that the time factor simply did not permit collective OAS action. A defense relying upon broader political objectives, such as preventing a communist seizure of power, needed to be held in abeyance, since it could provide an argument for action, but not necessarily for non-OAS immediate action. The logical consequences of this line of reasoning constrain the scope and timing of plausible arguments. To justify the need to intervene unilaterally, a credible defense would have to demonstrate that the conditions in Santo Domingo had deteriorated dramatically over the 36 hours prior to the landing of the first Marines in the late afternoon of April 28. Indeed, the NSC staff memorandum claimed that the situation before then was not yet considered by anyone either to be out of complete control or, more pertinently to the case at hand, seriously dangerous to the lives of Americans and other foreigners. Only during the morning of April 27, and thereafter, did the White House receive reports of imminent bloodletting of Americans and others. Registered a close examination of the first public statements justifying the intervention provides a first test for this thesis. On the evening of April 28, the President issued a press release claiming that the Marines had only been sent into Santo Domingo after U.S. officials had been informed by military authorities in the Dominican Republic that American lives were in danger. The same authorities had further stated that they were no longer able to guarantee their safety, and that U.S. forces were needed for that purpose. This argument rests on a series of rationales for intervention. 255. Misleading statements. The Dominican Military Command had created a 3-person junta headed by Colonel Pedro Benoit that morning, April 28. This junta initially requested U.S. troops because the insurgents were directed by communists, so that, once victorious, the popular uprising would convert this country into another Cuba. Benoit's urgent plea for assistance, made orally and through a formal written request, did not mention the threat to U.S. citizens as a basis for intervention. Ambassador Bennett and his top advisors, the embassy's country team, quickly swung their support behind the junta's request, citing the distraught emotional state of the San Isidro commanders. Colonel Benoit had just warned Colonel Joseph Quilty, the chief of the U.S. Military Assistance and Advisory Group, that the junta's troops would have to quit unless the United States immediately dispatched its forces to Santo Domingo. Bennett realized the political difficulties inherent in the U.S. decision to intervene, so he suggested that if Washington wishes, they can be landed for the purpose protecting evacuation American citizens. Shortly afterward, Mann advised the President and Bundy that we should make a statement saying we are there to evacuate the 2,000 Americans, and other nationals who want to leave. This is the only mention of the evacuation to be found in this telephone conversation, which took place just as the initial decision to deploy the Marines was being made. The White House decided to follow up Bennett's suggestion by ordering the ambassador to solicit a formal declaration from the Benoit junta requesting intervention on the basis of the immediate danger to U.S. citizens. That evening, with the first contingent of Marines having already landed in Santo Domingo, Bennett reported to Washington that Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Fishburne, the Air Force attaché, had been dispatched to San Isidro to get statement from him. Thus, the first rationale presented to the public by President Johnson could not have been further from the truth. The Marines moved into Santo Domingo to buttress the morale of the junta's forces in the immediate aftermath of their crushing defeat at the Duarte Bridge. In desperation, Benoit turned to the United States, hoping to forestall the otherwise certain victory of the popular uprising. His later, formal requests citing the danger to U.S. citizens as the basis for immediate intervention had been covertly solicited by Washington, and indeed Benoit's official request along these lines was received at the White House hours after the airlift of Marines into Santo Domingo had already been put into operation. 256. In addition to the feeble excuse provided by the Benoit Memorandum, U.S. officials cited alleged threats to the safety of U.S. tourists as their grounds for intervention. The most serious charge came from Bennett, who claimed on April 28 that the evacuation area had been fired on by rebels. Ambassador Ellsworth Bunker repeated this accusation in a speech to a plenary meeting of the OAS foreign ministers on May 1. U.S. troops had arrived barely in time to avoid far greater casualties and greater bloodshed than actually took place. Indeed, Bunker claimed, firing had begun on foreign nationals assembled at the Polo Grounds, the evacuation area adjacent to the Hotel Embajador. This would have represented a serious violation of the commitment given by both sides permitting foreign visitors to leave the island without hindrance. The May 11 NSC memorandum contains a more specific version of this complaint. It alleges that hours before the initial decision to intervene, the White House was informed that U.S. citizens trying to leave were not being permitted to travel from the Hotel Embajador to the port area. President Johnson gave this charge its most public expression during a press conference on June 17. He insisted that the rebels had fired first on the first Marines sent to Santo Domingo, so as to keep us from evacuating the foreign nationals assembled at the Hotel Embajador. All of these claims are fallacious. On April 27, the day before the first units of Marines landed in Santo Domingo, 1,000 tourists had been sent by convoy to the port of Haina, 13 miles west of Santo Domingo, where they were then transferred to the flotilla of ships just offshore. According to the CIA, the evacuation had been accomplished without serious incidents, with a platoon of unarmed Marines acting as military policemen. In Washington, U.S. decision-makers were kept informed of these events. That afternoon Vaughn told Mann that the evacuation seemed to be going well. Soon afterward, Mann advised David Rockefeller, the president of Chase Manhattan Bank, that the evacuation had been completed without incident. The next morning, the remaining tourists, along with foreign residents who had finally decided to depart, milled around on the lawn of the Embajador Hotel. With the Dominican National Police disintegrating as a cohesive unit, a platoon of armed Marines was dispatched by helicopter to the hotel to provide security. Thus, by the early afternoon, the atmosphere at El Embajador brightened. These descriptions of the scene at the hotel during the day of April 28 come from a published report by Major General Rathbun. Rationales for Intervention 257. McClure Tompkins, deputy commander of the Atlantic Fleet based in Norfolk, Virginia, who served in the Dominican Republic as Vice Admiral Kleber Masterson's second-in-command during the first days of the Marine deployment. Foreign nationals were not under siege when hundreds of Marines were deployed on the evening of April 28. Quite the contrary, many tourists had just left Santo Domingo without incident, and there is every reason to believe that the evacuation could have been completed on the following days without the massive presence of U.S. troops. Ultimately, 6,500 citizens of 46 countries were evacuated from Santo Domingo without one serious incident. Asterisk. The tourists awaiting evacuation at the Hotel Embajador did experience one dangerous confrontation, albeit a brief one. On the morning of April 27, a small unit of rebel militia burst into the hotel in search of a hated figure on the Dominican right, Rafael Bonilla Aber. The commandos then herded together an intimidated group of tourists by firing their rifles into the air. The incident ended without casualties, after a search of the hotel proved fruitless. Ironically, neither the president nor any other administration official publicly cited this incident as proof of the imminent risks confronting U.S. citizens in Santo Domingo, in spite of a report from Ambassador Bennett depicting the event in the darkest possible terms. In a cable dispatched that night, the ambassador warned Washington that the lives of many Americans, mostly women and children, were seriously endangered by the reckless actions of the rebel unit. Focusing on this incident would have left the president vulnerable to congressional critics, who might have questioned the 36-hour delay between the hotel search and the decision to deploy the first Marine units. Instead, U.S. officials preferred to rely on vague generalizations, avoiding the mention of any specific event. For instance, Leonard Meeker, the State Department's legal advisor, defended the intervention as essential because Americans in Santo Domingo were in imminent danger of life and limb from rioting mobs. The evidence is crystal clear. By the afternoon of April 28, the evacuation of tourists from the Ambassador Hotel was proceeding smoothly, with the assistance of a small number of Marines, some of whom were directing traffic, while others stood guard, securing the hotel from further forays by small, undisciplined units of rebel commandos. U.S. citizens were not in danger, and Washington was fully informed of this. Indeed, the White House realized that its claim to have introduced U.S. 258 troops into Santo Domingo as an emergency response to threats of violence against foreign civilians was inherently implausible. At the May 2 meeting of the high-level Bundy Interdepartmental Committee, James Greenfield, Assistant Secretary of State for Public Affairs, pressed for an immediate decision to more openly discuss the communist angle, since the evacuation fig leaf was just not all that credible. His proposal was tabled for the time being, but it would soon resurface. U.S. decision-makers were locked into a crisis atmosphere, one that did not relate to the ongoing evacuation, but rather to the continuing collapse of the Dominican military. 500 Marines were deployed on the evening of April 28 in a desperate effort to bolster the fighting resolve of troops stationed in San Isidro, and to encourage the Benoit junta to resume its assault on Santo Domingo. When Washington realized on the following day that this effort had failed, and that the junta was about to disintegrate, President Johnson ordered an overwhelming show of force to preclude a certain rebel victory. Overwhelming force. The official rationale shifts ground in justifying U.S. actions after April 28. In line with the official argument, the Marines had been initially dispatched to Santo Domingo in order to defend U.S. citizens from the threat of violence, but once they were there, Washington decision-makers had been forced to order a massive deployment of U.S. troops as a necessary response to the dangerous and volatile circumstances engulfing Santo Domingo. The situation was descending into chaos, marked by a total breakdown in law and order. With an ineffectual government in power, small, well-disciplined units of communist cadres could assert their control over the city, taking over the revolt for their own ulterior purposes. According to this rationale, U.S. troop reinforcements were instrumental in bringing stability to an otherwise chaotic situation. Once there, U.S. forces proceeded to establish a cordon encircling the rebel-controlled inner city as a first step in separating the combatants in the Dominican Civil War, thereby preventing further bloodshed. This is the public U.S. justification in outline. Each element of the argument will now be presented in detail, and then tested against the actual situation as it evolved in Santo Domingo. As with the official justification for the initial intervention on April 28, each component of rationales for intervention 259. The overall argument will be found to be either erroneous or deliberately misleading. USS officials frequently emphasized the disorder and chaos found by U.S. troops upon their arrival. Ambassador Bunker, during an April 30 speech to the OAS meeting of foreign ministers, insisted that there was no authority able to accept responsibility for primary law and order. Ambassador Adlai Stevenson, in a speech given to the United Nations Security Council on May 3, provided a more graphic description of the supposed disorders. As the uprising swept to victory, armed bands began to roam the streets of Santo Domingo, looting, burning, and sniping. Law and order completely broke down. 2 days later, Stevenson presented an even more graphic picture of the upheaval in Santo Domingo. On April 28, hours before the deployment of the first contingent of Marines, unorganized and rival bands roamed the city, committing murder and arson. These were not simply the intemperate remarks of decision-makers swept up in the pressures of a crisis. Weeks, even months, later, U.S. officials continued to present a similar picture of Santo Domingo in the first week of the revolt. Leonard Meeker, in the State Department's legal defense of the intervention, argued that by April 27 there had been a complete breakdown of law and order on the streets of Santo Domingo. By the next day the situation was such that armed mobs were terrorizing the city, as indiscriminate shooting put the entire populace at risk. That evening the Marines were deployed to protect U.S. citizens in imminent danger of life and limb from rioting mobs. Yet, once the evacuation of tourists had been completed, U.S. troops had been forced to remain, with reinforcements, or the situation would have reverted to anarchy and bloodletting. President Johnson presented the most grisly version of this argument. During a press conference held on June 17, he justified the decision to deploy over 20,000 combat troops by claiming that 1,500 innocent people were murdered and shot, and their heads cut off before the U.S. military intervention. The president was correct that more than 1,500 people had been killed during the first days of the uprising, but most of them had died at the hands of the junta's forces, many as a result of the intense bombardment of poverty-stricken barrios by Air Force bombers stationed at San Isidro. These planes had been supplied with fuel by the U.S. government, which had also been urging the Benoit junta to stand firm against the popular uprising. In other 260 words, the United States government, and Lyndon Johnson, bore much of the responsibility for the very deaths he deplored. The most authoritative presentation of the U.S. rationale came in a speech by Tom Mann given on October 12, 1965. Mann correctly focused on April 29 as the decisive moment, when the White House had made the definitive decision to intervene on a massive scale. That evening rebel bands, still without any visible cohesion except among the communist components, were roaming at will into the city. Furthermore, there was a total political vacuum during the early days of the crisis. Until May 3, when Comifo was officially inaugurated as interim president, there had been no identifiable leadership on the rebel side other than that of the communists. In fact, U.S. officials greatly exaggerated the chaos and disturbances of the days preceding the Battle of Duarte Bridge. In the wake of this battle, the rebel command contained the popular anger, and channeled it into productive expression. By the afternoon of April 28, when the first contingent of Marines landed, a system of neighborhood-based commando units was already in formation. A day later, on April 29, when the White House finally decided to intervene with overwhelming force, Santo Domingo was relatively quiet. Rebel troops were still battling the National Police at the Ozama Fortress, and a few police stations were under siege within the working-class neighborhoods. Nevertheless, there were no riots, or uncontrolled mobs surging through the streets. The insurgents had consolidated their control over Santo Domingo, and were preparing to bring a rapid end to the civil war by marching on San Isidro. Contrary to Mann's assertion, a cohesive political leadership was firmly in place throughout the rebel zone on April 29, and U.S. decision-makers were so informed. A group of insurgent officers led by Colonel Francisco Alberto Camano Deef and Captain Manuel Roman Montes Arach had assumed power. Several civilian politicians, most prominently Hector Aristide, were acting as advisors to this core nucleus of military officers. The rebel command met frequently with key leaders from the commando units patrolling the streets, thus ensuring that decisions made at insurgent headquarters were implemented at the barrio level. By April 29, a de facto regime governed Santo Domingo, and U.S. decision-makers fully understood this, their public statements notwithstanding. Indeed, on the afternoon of April 30, John Bartolo Martin, the president's special envoy to the Dominican Republic, negotiated a ceasefire with representatives of the rebel leadership. There was neither a rationales for intervention 261 vacuum of leadership in Santo Domingo, nor a reign of chaos and terror. The United States did not intervene to prevent indiscriminate mayhem, but rather to prevent the insurgents from gaining a final, definitive victory over the San Isidro military junta. From this perspective, the U.S. intervention achieved a total victory. As Mann succinctly stated during a high-level White House meeting on May 19, the deployment of tens of thousands of troops had enabled the United States to gain control of revolution. The United States had sought to prevent country going to commie rebels, and had succeeded. The communist threat. Needless to say, the administration frequently pointed to the threat of a communist takeover as a crucial reason for the intervention. During the first days of the uprising, U.S. officials avoided public comments along these lines, focusing on the supposed threat to foreign tourists, but the official position shifted after April 29, with the decision to dispatch 20,000 troops to Santo Domingo, with an additional 10,000 Marines and sailors offshore. On April 30, President Johnson warned the public, in the course of a radio and television address, that there were signs that people trained outside the Dominican Republic are seeking to gain control of the popular revolt. 2 days later, the president was much more outspoken in his assessment of the alleged threat. He assailed the international conspiracy which had threatened the safety of foreign tourists stranded in Santo Domingo. Johnson then pledged that the United States, and its Latin American allies, must not, and will not permit the establishment of another communist government in the Western Hemisphere. After the first days of the crisis, U.S. officials were more circumspect in their public statements. They cited the confused situation on the streets of Santo Domingo, which had created a context in which a small but disciplined cadre could seize power. Leonard Meeker, in his role as State Department counsel, argued that chaos and terror in the streets can make a country ripe for a conspiratorial group of communist militants. Thus, the potential for a communist takeover had to be viewed as a very real threat. Mann presented the most detailed defense of the administration's policy in his October 1965 speech. Third world countries were vulnerable to demagoguery and to the use of force exercised by a disciplined 262 minority. With the Dominican Republic under attack by subversive elements responding to direction from abroad, and with indiscriminate bloodshed occurring on the streets of Santo Domingo, the April 29 decision to intervene on a massive scale was necessary in view of the clear and present danger of the forcible seizure of power by the communists. Much of the anti-communist paranoia reflected in these public statements was posturing, diverting public attention from the true reasons underlying the intervention to the Cold War confrontation of global superpowers. Within the White House, most of the president's advisors understood that disciplined communist cadres were a small, and ineffectual, minority of the rebel leadership. Yet there were significant differences within the administration, with the president holding the most rigid position. Lyndon Johnson was convinced from the start that the uprising was an integral component of the global communist menace, a conscious test of his administration's resolve to hold the line. In part, this reflected his keen political sensitivity. The Democrats could not be seen as soft on communism if they were to maintain their hold on the White House. On the evening of April 28, hours after the first contingent of Marines had landed in Santo Domingo, Johnson summoned two influential Republicans, Senator Everett Dirksen and Representative Gerald Ford, to the White House from a late-night banquet. The president, dressed in pajamas, gleefully informed the two congressional leaders that he had just taken an action that will prove that Democratic presidents can deal with communists as strongly as Republicans. Although the president acutely appreciated the political gains to be won by portraying the decision to intervene as another battle in the continuing Cold War, this was not entirely a rhetorical posture on his part. During the first weeks of the crisis, the president remained certain that the revolt in Santo Domingo had been planned in Moscow. On May 26, 1965, a month into the crisis, Johnson met with Adolf Burley to discuss the situation. Burley had a long history as a presidential advisor, starting with Franklin D. Roosevelt during the Second World War. He was an experienced participant in covert operations, and an expert on Latin America. Nevertheless, Burley had been excluded from the loop of decision-makers during the Dominican crisis. President Johnson was uninterested in discussing the specifics of the impasse in Santo Domingo with Burley, this in the immediate aftermath of the Bundy mission's failure. Instead, the president voiced his underlying fears. The conflict. Rationales for intervention 263. In the Dominican Republic was only the tip of a submerged iceberg, the visible component of a complex sequence of events, most of them hidden from public view. In this context, the president was fearful of a Soviet response to the recent U.S. decision to escalate the war in Vietnam. The United States had just begun to target industrial areas on the outskirts of Hanoi, and Johnson was fearful that air battles with Russian MiG fighter planes could occur at any time. Both Burley and President Johnson believed the popular uprising in Santo Domingo had been planned in Moscow, perhaps as the Soviet reply to the intensive bombardment of North Vietnam. The president was very worried that the two superpowers had entered into an upward spiral of attacks and counterattacks. The two battle zones were slowly converging, with the possibility of all-out war as a result. It was only in June 1965 that Bunker finally convinced the president that the Dominican revolt had to be placed within the context of Latin America, and should not be viewed primarily as a Cold War confrontation. Bunker had met repeatedly with the rebel command, and he soon realized that Ambassador Bennett had overestimated the strength of the communist nature of the opposition. Indeed, the insurgent leaders were not communist at all. President Johnson's shift in viewpoint left U.S. policy unchanged. Most of his top advisors had already formulated a significantly less paranoid perception of the crisis, and their advice to the president reflected this assessment. From the first days of the revolt, McGeorge Bundy understood that communist cadres represented an insignificant element within the rebel command. As intelligence reports flowed to the White House, presenting unsubstantiated rumors as fact, Bundy became increasingly skeptical, believing the FBI seemed quick to reach black and white views of individuals. By mid-May, after traveling to Santo Domingo to negotiate with Antonio Guzman, Bundy's appreciation of the situation had become even clearer. Bundy particularly relied on Jaime Benitez, who arrived in the Dominican Republic on May 20 as Bosch's personal representative to the talks with Guzman. Benitez had gained the confidence of Bundy, and of Abe Fortas, who saw him as the individual in Bosch's entourage who was most attuned to U.S. concerns. Bundy informed the White House that Benitez had been very helpful in pressing rebels, who trust him, on precisely this issue. Communist issue was laughable. Benitez agreed with Bosch and Guzman that the United States should trust ourselves and non-communist liberals to be able to outsmart communists under a Guzman government. After intensive meetings with Comifo and his closest advisors, Benitez was certain they were not communists. He took their militant stance to be childish posturing, viewing them as merely adolescents with guns. Bundy was not certain, but he thought Benitez may be right. Upon his return to Washington, Bundy reported his assessment of the situation to the president. He found President Johnson slow to accept a settlement that reflected a more moderate judgment of the immediate threat of a communist takeover. Only after Bunker had established a working relationship with the rebel command did the president finally revise his estimate of the potential for a communist takeover. Abe Fortas was closer to President Johnson than Bundy, an intimate confidant for decades. Fortas had also worked closely with Benitez, and the two remained friends. As an intermediary between the White House and Bosch, Fortas was in constant contact with Benitez, who spoke for Bosch in his dealings with U.S. representatives. Fortas was well informed of Benitez's estimate of communist influence. He was also the presidential advisor most committed to negotiating a settlement with the more moderate elements within the rebel camp, along the line of the Guzman solution. Thus, implicitly, he accepted the assessment expressed by Benitez that communists, and other radicals, could be contained by a liberal government implementing a program of limited social reforms. Tom Mann was the president's most influential advisor during the Dominican crisis. He was also the most hostile to the rebel cause, and the most suspicious of communist influence. Yet Mann traveled to Santo Domingo with Bundy in mid-May of 1965, and spent many hours discussing the situation with Bundy once there. There is no evidence that Mann disagreed with Bundy in his assessment of the situation, although the two did disagree on the appropriate tactics to be used by the United States in reaching the desired goal. Mann distrusted and detested the rebel leadership, but he also knew that its most influential members were motivated by nationalism, rather than the goal of a radical transformation of Dominican society. In a lengthy discussion with David Rockefeller, Mann condemned Comeaux as a thug and opportunist of the first order. According to Mann, Comeaux may be the most dangerous man there, with a record of rationales for intervention 265. Brutality and conniving may be untopped by anyone. After all, Comeaux had been given advanced training by the Marines, only to use that training against the United States. Mann knew that Comeaux and the other rebel leaders were not communists, but he refused to accept a Dominican government led by those who the United States perceived as untrustworthy and unreliable. The liberal critique. From the moment the first Marines landed, many Americans were convinced that the U.S. intervention was wrong. A substantial proportion of the critics were in general agreement with the fundamental premises of U.S. foreign policy, and yet they were convinced that the Dominican intervention represented a mistake that could only harm the United States in its global rivalry with the Soviet Union. Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., is an important case in point. By early May 1965, Schlesinger viewed U.S. policy as a jittery overreaction to a volatile situation. In a twist on this basic argument, Schlesinger argued that White House decisions had been taken on the basis of faulty intelligence. In particular, the CIA-composed list of communist militants was full of errors, while reports of rebel leaders defecting to seek sanctuary had been greatly exaggerated. All of this suggested to Schlesinger that the intelligence community was responsible for a gross intelligence failure. In fact, it would seem that the Central Intelligence Agency gave the president just what he wanted. White House aides repeatedly ordered the agency to provide more detailed evidence of communist penetration of the rebel leadership. Agency operatives responded with frequent and detailed reports minutely describing the activities of the handful of communist cadre and their role in the neighborhood militias defending the rebel zone. Yet on the second day of the popular uprising, April 25, 1965, a CIA intelligence report carefully categorized Colonel Comeaux, the leader of the insurgent forces, as a strong anti-communist. Beyond this narrowly focused critique, Schlesinger came to believe that there was a larger and more significant issue. The previous period, from 1961 to 1965, had been marked by a stabilization of relations between ourselves and the Russians. This thaw had come to a halt with the escalation of the Vietnam War in February 1965, and the Dominican intervention less than 3 months later. Schlesinger was concerned that the Johnson administration was too quick to see critical problems. 266. as primarily military problems and to tackle them by primarily military means. His concerns were shared by Senator Robert Kennedy. Although Schlesinger's argument would appear to be a systemic critique of U.S. foreign policy, in fact he continued to uphold the Cold War bipartisan consensus. Indeed, one reason Schlesinger objected to the U.S. intervention in the Dominican Republic stemmed from his conviction that popular opposition to this move would undermine support for the deployment of U.S. forces in South Vietnam. He therefore warned two White House aides, Bill Moyers and Richard Goodwin, that those who believe we have miscalculated the situation will be less inclined to accept both our present judgment of Vietnam and our reaction to future crises. Both Schlesinger and Kennedy agreed with President Johnson on the essential parameters of U.S. policy in the Dominican Republic. Neither was prepared to accept Bosch's return to power, and yet that was the paramount goal of the popular uprising. Furthermore, liberal critics agreed that the Dominican government, whoever led it, should be firmly within the U.S. sphere of influence, a reliable ally in containing the dangerous threat posed by the Cuban Revolution. The entire array of Senate liberals Kennedy, McGovern, and Clark eagerly endorsed the abortive Bundy mission in its effort to negotiate an interim government around Antonio Guzman, that is, a government based on the most moderate wing of the PRD. The disagreement between Johnson and his liberal critics was essentially over tactics. Mann, with the president's approval, sought to create a provisional government of technocrats as a transitional step toward a presidential election in which the U.S. supported candidate, Joaquin Balaguer, would be assured of victory. Thus validated, Balaguer, as the democratically elected president, would become the legitimate successor to Juan Bosch. Liberal critics, and this included some influential figures within the Johnson administration such as Abe Fortas, supported the creation of a provisional government led by Antonio Guzman, with a cabinet in which Bosch's supporters would be incorporated as a minority. They hoped that such a government could project a centrist leadership, and that it could thus attract enough popular support to keep both Bosch and Balaguer out of the presidential palace. Furthermore, Johnson's liberal advisers were convinced that Guzman could be relied upon as a dependable ally of the United States. Indeed, a State Department report in the fall of 1963 evaluated Guzman as very pro-U.S., someone who would prove to be probably very manageable by U.S. Rationales for Intervention 267. The Radical Critique. Dissidents within the liberal mainstream were careful to limit the scope of their disagreement with U.S. policy in the Dominican Republic, categorizing it as a mistake in judgment. For radicals who believed that the Dominican intervention represented more than a simple mistake, or overreaction, the most popular analysis emphasized the need to defend lucrative investments made by U.S. corporations in the Dominican Republic. The decision to dispatch troops to Santo Domingo was viewed as yet another in a series of U.S. occupations of Latin American countries aimed at protecting corporate interests in the Third World. One argument along these lines was made at the time of the Dominican crisis by those within the group of Latin American Social Democrats arguing for an OAS trusteeship. As part of the lobbying effort to promote this idea, José Figueres, the two-time president of Costa Rica, met with Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., and two sympathetic senators, Joseph Clark and George McGovern, on May 12, 1965. Figueres brought along a prominent Puerto Rican diplomat, Arturo Morales Carrion, who was then serving as special advisor to the Secretary General of the OAS, José Antonio Mora. Morales Carrion informed the senators that reactionary business interests, more particularly the sugar interests, fear a socialist government of the Bosch type, and that these interests prevailed through the U.S. State Department in arranging for the Marines' intervention. A more radical, and sophisticated, version of this perspective has been advanced by Fred Goff and Michael Locker, in a research paper that was first distributed in 1967. Goff and Locker point to the La Romana sugar complex as the largest and most productive in the Dominican Republic. In the 1960s, La Romana was owned by South Puerto Rico Sugar, which in turn had close ties to the Rockefeller interests through the Chase Manhattan Bank. The sugar mill workers at the complex had wage increases of 30% during Bosch's 7-month regime. Accordingly, powerful corporate networks with significant holdings in the Dominican Republic had targeted Bosch as a serious threat. Goff and Locker also highlighted the connections of the sugar industry with influential presidential advisors and key foreign policy decision-makers. Adolf Burley had served for decades on the board of directors of the Sucreast Corporation, the third-largest sugar refiner on the East Coast. Burley was also a large stockholder in Sucreast, and had recently resigned as the chair of its board of directors. The ties between Ellsworth Bunker and the sugar industry ran even deeper. His family, 268, had founded the National Sugar Refinery, the second-largest refiner on the East Coast. Most of Bunker's career had been spent rising through the ranks of this corporation, with 38 years spent on the board of directors, and a stint as the board chair. Abe Fortas also had ties to Sucreast, having served on its board of directors for 20 years. Given the many links between government officials and advisors and the sugar industry, Goff and Locker concluded that the U.S. intervention could be largely explained within this framework. East Coast sugar refiners depended on Dominican sugar for a steady supply of raw sugar cane. Any disruption would threaten profits. Thus, economic factors provided a major factor shaping the priorities of American foreign policy vis-a-vis the Dominican Republic. Although the argument would seem to be persuasive, in fact Fortas was the only one of those in the president's inner circle of decision-makers with close ties to the sugar industry. Fortas and Johnson were close friends, and yet Fortas's advice went generally unheeded during the Dominican crisis. Ironically, President Johnson viewed Fortas as too willing to compromise with moderate elements within the rebel leadership. There is also no evidence that Fortas took the narrowly defined interests of the sugar refiners as the basis for his policy recommendations. After all, Fortas was a prominent and successful corporate lawyer, with a wide array of powerful clients. He represented corporations such as Coca-Cola and Lever Brothers, and he served on the board of directors of several companies, including Braniff Airlines. Sucreast was just another client, and not a particularly important one. Fortas valued his friendship with the president, and he provided advice and assistance during the Dominican crisis consistent with his overall views and perspectives. Needless to say, Fortas was committed to the protection of U.S. corporate interests in Latin America and throughout the Third World, but this goal extended well beyond a concern for the steady supply of sugar cane from the Dominican Republic. Nevertheless, the sugar interests did have a direct pipeline to the president's most influential advisor during the Dominican crisis, one that remained unknown to the public. Tom Mann held extensive discussions with David Rockefeller during critical periods of the conflict. Neither a presidential confidant nor a government policymaker, Rockefeller was a banker, and his vision was focused on the bottom line. There can be no doubt that Rockefeller was interested in protecting the vast overseas investments of his family, including the Chase Manhattan Bank and its ties to the La Romana sugar complex. Yet even here the rationales for intervention 269. Telephone conversations between Rockefeller and Mann took as given a frame of reference that extended well beyond the Dominican Republic. Both Rockefeller and Mann understood that the events unfolding in Santo Domingo would have a profound impact on all of Latin America. There lies the fundamental flaw in the narrowly focused version of the radical critique as formulated by either Morales Carrion or Goff and Locker. U.S. interests in the Dominican Republic were just not important enough to justify the massive mobilization and deployment of tens of thousands of troops. Furthermore, while Bosch might have represented an annoying nuisance to the South Puerto Rico Sugar Company, there was no significant risk of expropriation. The President of the United States would not have spent several weeks of endless meetings and sleepless nights to defend the profits of an obscure sugar plantation. The hemispheric context. In fact, U.S. decision-makers viewed the Dominican crisis within a broader, hemispheric framework. For the President, the Dominican crisis initially represented one aspect of the ongoing global confrontation between the superpowers. As the situation unfolded, the president eventually became convinced by reports from both Bundy and Bunker that the popular uprising had not been conceived in Moscow, but represented a genuinely spontaneous event arising from the specific historical context of the Dominican Republic. The popular uprising of April 1965 was most certainly not planned in Moscow. Nevertheless, in a very different way, it makes sense to view the events in Santo Domingo through the prism of the Cold War. Both of the global superpowers maintained their own sphere of influence, which they protected from perceived intrusions by hostile powers. For the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe was a buffer zone, a hard-won spoil of the Second World War. When the Soviets crushed a popular revolt in one of its satellite countries, the implications extended beyond the strategic, or economic, significance of that particular country. A successful revolt in one hotspot could easily spread to other volatile and contested points within Eastern Europe. Just as the Soviet Union had its exclusive sphere of influence in Eastern Europe, the United States sought to retain its control over the Western Hemisphere. U.S. decision-makers were well aware of this analogy, and indeed the Bundy delegation explicitly analyzed the Dominican crisis from this perspective. Bundy and his colleagues were 270. Anxious to avoid a direct military confrontation with the rebels, because the resulting bloodbath would underline to the world the essential similarity between the Soviet suppression of the Hungarian Revolt in 1956 and the U.S. intervention in the Dominican Republic. White House advisors understood the significance of the Dominican events for U.S. interests within all of the Western Hemisphere. They viewed the Dominican Republic as a test case for the United States in the wake of the Cuban Revolution. Thus, the success of the rebellion in Santo Domingo would have resonated throughout the Americas. Social movements challenging U.S. corporate control would have been strengthened and rejuvenated had the insurgents succeeded in restoring the constitutional government of Juan Bosch. In the broader context of the Western Hemisphere, there seems little point in distinguishing purely economic interests from broader strategic imperatives. U.S. corporations, and particularly the Rockefeller Group, had billions of dollars invested in Latin America. David Rockefeller did not have to emphasize this point in his discussions with Mann. After all, Mann had spent decades in the Foreign Service promoting and defending those same corporate interests. Yet the Western Hemisphere was also of critical strategic importance to the United States. The U.S. economy relied on vital raw materials from the region. Petroleum products from Mexico and Venezuela constituted a significant component of the goods flowing into the United States from Latin American countries. Furthermore, Washington power brokers had been stunned by the Cuban decision to ally with the Soviet Union, and they were adamant that there would be no further defections. From every perspective, U.S. policymakers were ready to insist that every Latin American government adhere to policies consistent with U.S. economic and strategic interests, and they were prepared to dispatch U.S. troops to enforce this demand, whatever the cost. In the context of the Cold War and the Cuban Revolution, there was scant room for maneuver, and Bosch, during his brief term in office, had exceeded the implicit limit. Yet Bosch was genuinely sympathetic to U.S. interests. Indeed, he fervently sought Washington's support, and he was hurt and disappointed when he failed to receive it. Nevertheless, influential figures within the State Department had been skeptical of the Bosch experiment from the start. In early 1962, John Calvin Hill, then the ranking U.S. diplomat in Santo Domingo, expressed his doubts to a Latin American expert on a tour of the Dominican Republic. Bosch was convinced that only significant social reform could effectively ISO. Rationales for Intervention 271. Late the radical left. Hill was willing to concede that this may be true in the long run, but for now communist militants must be stopped by force, by being cracked down upon. Given the extreme poverty of the great majority of the Dominican people, it would take 20 years to get them all on the job. 35 years later, with poverty and unemployment as pervasive as ever, it is clear that Hill was being optimistic. To Hill, this social context made it essential that communists must be curbed with a strong hand. Hill's analysis provides the underlying argument guiding the actions of the president's most influential advisor during the Dominican crisis, Tom Mann. Bosch could not be allowed to return to power since he represented a threat to the Dominican military, and a united Dominican military command provided the only basis for effective measures of repression. The desperate poverty of the Dominican people could not be readily remedied, and thus Bosch's program of moderate social reform was bound to fail as an attractive alternative to the radical left. Thus, the priority was repression, not reform, and a Bosch government could only be a threat from this perspective. Mann held these views throughout the Dominican crisis, and the president depended on his advice and counsel. Although Mann was reluctant to intervene directly, he was ready to support the use of overwhelming force when it became clear that this was the only means of preventing a rebel victory. U.S. actions during the crisis were neither irrational nor foolish. They followed logically from the overriding goal of maintaining U.S. strategic and economic hegemony throughout the Western Hemisphere. 35 years later, a decade after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the fundamental premises of U.S. foreign policy remain unchanged. The Dominican crisis still stands as a landmark, a clear signal to the Latin American people of the tenuous fragility of the autonomy ceded to them by their powerful neighbor, the United States of America. Epilogue. Impasse, integration, and diaspora. The last 3 decades of Dominican history have been characterized by the complete futility of every effort at social reform. Although the wealth and status of the landed oligarchy remains intact, the dynamic of Dominican society has been significantly altered. Through 3 centuries of rule by the Spanish, and then a century and more as an independent nation, the Dominican Republic remained an isolated, stagnant provincial backwater. During the last 30 years, this small third-world country has become thoroughly integrated into the global economy. Transnational corporations have built factories, seeking low-wage workers and tax havens. At the same time, the forces of repression have received the weapons and training they require to stifle every manifestation of popular discontent. The last U.S. combat troops were withdrawn in September 1966, less than 4 months after Joaquin Balaguer's election. Since then, the Dominican military, trained and supplied by the United States, has been able to contain and suppress a series of incipient rebellions without having to rely on direct U.S. military intervention. Balaguer in power. Balaguer succeeded in holding on to political power for most of the last 3 decades. Once inaugurated in July 1966, Balaguer acted quickly to decimate the opposition. Death squads killed dozens of left-wing militants, as well as many of those who had led the commando units that had patrolled the rebel zone during the popular uprising. Even those on the moderate left were targeted, with hundreds of activists from Bosch's party, the PRD, brutally executed. During Balaguer's first 2 terms in office, 1966 to 1974, more than 3,000 left-wing activists were 273 assassinated, as the leadership of leftist parties wiped out. These are staggering figures given the population base of the country, 3.7 million in 1966. In fact, there were more assassinations of political dissidents during Balaguer's first years in office than during a comparable period within the Trujillo era. The cycle of state-sponsored violence reached a crescendo in the spring of 1971, when a shadowy group known as La Banda murdered 300 leftists in a brief, but intense, campaign of terror. Although some of La Banda's goons were recruited from among the young street people residing in the barrios of Santo Domingo, many were army and police officers in civilian clothes. Soon, this death squad was depositing the corpses of its victims on street corners, a warning for all to see. Under pressure, domestic and international, Balaguer agreed in October 1971 to replace the head of the National Police, General Enrique Pérez y Pérez, and the wave of killings subsided. As Balaguer opted to suppress every form of opposition, he implemented a multifaceted plan to make the Dominican Republic more attractive to foreign investors. During his 3 consecutive 4-year terms in office, from 1966 to 1978, the minimum wage rate remained frozen, as did the salaries received by public sector workers. Yet over this same 12-year period, the price of basic goods continued to soar, with the rate of inflation reaching 20% in some years. Most strikes were banned, and union activists of every persuasion were harassed and imprisoned. Vast sectors of Dominican society were left impoverished, while the wealthy continued to prosper. All of these measures were designed to lay the groundwork for a coordinated program designed to entice foreign capital into the country. In July 1967, Gulf and Western, a large U.S. conglomerate, purchased the South Puerto Rico Sugar Company, and with it the La Romana Sugar Mill and Cane Plantation, the single largest sugar complex in the Dominican Republic. In all, Gulf and Western now own 276,000 acres in and around La Romana, by far the largest land holding in the Dominican Republic. Soon after purchasing this tract, the conglomerate constructed a large luxury resort along prime beach frontage near the sugar complex. Then, in 1969, Gulf and Western signed a 30-year agreement with the Balaguer government creating an industrial-free zone on the outskirts of La Romana, on one parcel of its vast holdings. This complex of factories was surrounded by barbed wire fences and protected by a private security force. Plants. 274. Producing goods within the IFZ were exempt from import and export duties. Companies were also granted a special 10-year exemption from corporate profits taxes. As an added bonanza, unions were prohibited by law. Initially, the Gulf and Western zones specialized in producing consumer goods that were otherwise imported, but since then the success of this zone has sparked the creation of more than 20 other free zones, most of which produce goods exclusively for the export market. Balaguer's first years in office seemed to produce a veritable economic miracle. With the United States dispersing substantial infusions of economic and military aid, and with foreign investments on the upswing, the Dominican economy emerged from a prolonged slump. In fiscal year 1966, covering most of Balaguer's first year in office, U.S. assistance reached $111 million, with 500 technicians and advisors overseeing a myriad of programs. U.S. aid remained at high levels for the next 3 years, with the Balaguer government receiving an average of $133 million for each of those years. Most of this aid was directed toward long-term, low-interest loans for economic development, but a significant share went to the armed forces and the national police. Overall, U.S. aid provided a considerable impetus to the Dominican economy in the first years following the popular uprising. Yet the economic boom of the decade from 1965 through 1974 soon proved to be illusory. U.S. assistance returned to more normal levels, as memories of the uprising receded in Washington's collective memory. Although the price of sugar soared from 1974 to 1978, reaching 75 cents a pound in 1975, the oil crisis of 1973 devastated the Dominican economy. Since the island of Hispaniola, which Haiti and the Dominican Republic share, contains no crude oil reserves whatsoever, the Dominican economy has always been totally dependent on petroleum imports. The decision of the oil-producing countries, through the coalition of oil-producing and exporting countries, to increase the price of crude oil dramatically sent the Dominican economy reeling. The economic crisis that followed, bringing with it stagnation and austerity, continues to this day. On balance, Balaguer's first extended period of presidential rule was a disaster for everyone but the oligarchy and foreign investors. In spite of the first years of rapid economic growth, the quality of life for those at the bottom, the slum dwellers and landless campesinos, had actually deteriorated since the days of Trujillo. Housing conditions, and the provision of basic services such as sewers and clean drinking water. 275. Were even more inadequate within the barrios in 1978 than they had been 12 years previously, when Balaguer had first been elected. All of the promises made by Balaguer during the 1966 campaign proved worthless. Balaguer had no interest in social reform and little tolerance for any opposition, no matter how moderate. The PRD alternative. By the fall of 1966, Juan Bosch had finally abandoned the futile hope that Balaguer would permit his political party, the PRD, to function as a constructive opposition. Embittered by his fraudulent defeat in the June 1966 election, Bosch left the Dominican Republic in November 1966, for an extended period of exile in Spain. With his departure, José Francisco Pifia Gómez, the young and charismatic political leader who had started his career as a protégé of Sasha Volman, quickly ascended to a central position within the PRD leadership. When Bosch finally returned in April 1970, he was no longer the preeminent figure within the party he had founded and led for 3 decades. The final split came in 1973, but it had been brewing for several years before then. In 1970, the entire spectrum of opposition parties had boycotted the elections in protest of the continuing round of killings that had decimated the ranks of the Dominican left. Once Balaguer disbanded La Banda, moderate progressives began to re-enter the political mainstream. Pifia Gómez and Bosch openly quarreled in the fall of 1973, with Bosch adamantly opposed to re-entering the electoral arena. In the end, Pifia Gómez carried a majority of the PRD, which then joined a broad coalition of opposition forces. The coalition nominated Antonio Guzmán as its presidential candidate, but Bosch proceeded to form his own party, the Partido de la Liberación Dominicano. Ironically, the campaign of intimidation escalated as election day approached, forcing the PRD-led coalition to withdraw Guzmán as its presidential candidate in the 1974 election. By 1978, Balaguer seemed solidly entrenched in power. The Dominican Republic appeared to be cursed with a Trujillo-like autocracy, albeit one without the grotesque personal excesses of Trujillo himself. Yet Balaguer's reign had been sapped by the long economic slump following the rapid increase in oil prices in 1973. With the economy stagnating, real wages falling, and unemployment soaring, Balaguer's popularity had plummeted. This time the opposition saw a genuine possibility for success. 276. Balaguer's opposition came primarily from the PRD and its presidential candidate Antonio Guzmán. In selecting Guzmán, the PRD leadership had moved cautiously, nominating a candidate from its most moderate wing. During the popular uprising, Guzmán had engaged in extensive negotiations with McGeorge Bundy, President Johnson's national security advisor, with the goal of creating a provisional government. Ultimately, the plan had been implicitly vetoed by the president, but Cyrus Vance, a member of the Bundy mission in May 1965 and Secretary of State in the Carter administration from January 1977 to April 1980, had formed a favorable impression of Guzmán. Although Bosch entered the presidential race as the candidate of the PLD, his first entry into electoral politics in 12 years, his campaign never gained momentum, and Guzmán remained the popular favorite. On May 16, 1978, the voting proceeded without incident. That night, as the tallying of the votes began, it appeared that Balaguer's hold on power had finally been pried loose. Late that night, army troops began mobilizing, occupying the headquarters of the Central Electoral Board and halting the counting of votes. Radio and television stations were seized, and a military coup began to unfold. In Washington, President Jimmy Carter saw the potential for disaster. His administration was open to cooperation with Guzmán and the PRD. Once U.S. diplomats warned the Dominican military hierarchy that a coup would carry with it a series of severe penalties, the army's shock troops quickly withdrew to their barracks, and the voting resumed. Guzmán was officially declared the victor 2 weeks later. Once in office, Guzmán devoted much of his time trying to mollify the armed forces. Those officers who had been the most favored by Balaguer were sent into retirement, to be replaced with others less eager to interfere in civilian politics. In his efforts to assuage the military, Guzmán deliberately overlooked the rampant corruption in its higher ranks. Furthermore, the military continued to receive a generous share of the budget, while social services were starved of funding. Guzmán also continued to implement Balaguer's economic perspective. Foreign investors were invited and additional industrial free zones were created to provide extensive tax breaks to transnational corporations seeking quick profits with a minimum of investment. The urban poor continued to live in squalid slums, without access to the most basic of social services, such as potable water and covered sewers. Whereas Balaguer had frozen the wages of public sector workers for the entire 12 years of his terms in office, Guzman granted a modest 10% in 277 increase in salaries. Nevertheless, given the rapid rate of inflation, public sector workers were left even worse off than before. Balaguer's defeat did lead to one major improvement in the quality of life. 200 political prisoners were released from jail, and political exiles were permitted to return home. The death squads that had methodically murdered thousands of radical activists under both Trujillo and Balaguer were no longer unofficially sanctioned. This did not mean that the Dominican Republic fully abided by democratic norms. Poor people were still subject to widespread police brutality, while left-wing activists were likely to be fired from their jobs, and then blacklisted from further employment. Nevertheless, Guzman's term in office was marked by a significant improvement in the respect for human rights. As repression eased and the space for dissident activities widened, working people began to organize. When gas prices doubled in 1979, in response to OPEC's decision further to boost the price of crude oil, huge demonstrations filled the streets of Santo Domingo. Guzman responded by mobilizing the national police, and arresting thousands of demonstrators. With popular anger mounting, Pina Gomez urged the residents of the barrios to remain calm. During the next 3 years, the number of strikes tripled over that recorded during Balaguer's terms in office, as workers used the increase in freedom to organize and protest. Although Guzman was personally honest, his regime was marked by pervasive corruption. Nepotism became the norm, as the president's relatives, even his daughter, were granted government jobs. As rumors of corruption widened to include his closest relatives, Guzman became despondent. In July 1982, a month before his term in office was to come to an end, Antonio Guzman committed suicide. 3 months earlier, the presidential election had proceeded without a hitch, a rare event in Dominican history. Bosch campaigned once again at the head of his own creation, the Dominican Liberation Party, the PLD, while Balaguer sought to resume his authoritarian rule. The candidate of the PRD, Salvador Jorge Blanco, represented a new figure in Dominican presidential politics. An attorney, Jorge Blanco had acted as Guzman's personal advisor during the negotiations with Bundy in May 1965. Nevertheless, Jorge Blanco had sharply criticized Guzman's timid policies as president, and he proceeded to campaign in 1982 on a platform of social reform. The vote count showed Jorge Blanco the clear winner, with Bosch placed third, garnering only 10% of the total vote. Once installed as president, Jorge Blanco began funding public works, particularly those aimed at bringing essential services to the barrios of 278 Santo Domingo. For the first time since the death of Trujillo, 2 decades earlier, a Dominican government was actually attempting to implement programs designed to narrow the immense discrepancy in living standards between those at the top and those at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Yet this period in Dominican history proved to be a very brief interlude, as Jorge Blanco quickly discovered the exceedingly limited possibilities for structural reform within the context of a globally integrated market economy. The Dominican economy had been teetering on the edge of insolvency since the mid-1970s. With the initial impetus created by the infusion of U.S. economic aid lagging, the Dominican economy had been hit hard by the sharp increase in the price of crude oil. Nevertheless, the drain in the balance of payments had been partially counterbalanced by the rising price of sugar. Then, in 1982, sugar prices plunged to 5 cents a pound, and the economy reached crisis point. When Jorge Blanco turned to the International Monetary Fund for emergency loans, he ceded control of key economic parameters to the industrialized powers. The IMF imposed tough restrictions before granting the loans, including a freezing of wages and higher interest rates. These policies were bound to increase unemployment, a problem endemic to the Dominican Republic. In 1984, Jorge Blanco went to the IMF for additional loans, and returned with an agreement ending government subsidies for basic foodstuffs, such as bread and cooking oil. The impact on the living standards of the poor was immediate and dramatic. The barrios of Santo Domingo exploded in anger. Strikes and demonstrations resulted in clashes with the national police, as rioting spread. With the capital paralyzed, Jorge Blanco's government seemed in danger of being toppled. The United States had been lavishly providing the Dominican military with training and supplies for just such a contingency. An elite counterinsurgency unit, the Cazadores de la Montafa, or Highland Rangers, was deployed to crush the protest. Thousands of demonstrators were jailed, as military units fired on protesters, killing 100 people. By 1986, after 8 years of PRD rule, little had changed. Indeed, with the International Monetary Fund in control of the Dominican economy, the poor were even worse off than before. Balaguer's return to power. In 1986, Balaguer succeeded in an unlikely venture, gaining his first and only victory in a democratic election. Jorge Blanco was so unpopular, 279, that he did not even seek re-election. Instead, the PRD nominated Jacobo Magalluda as its presidential candidate. Bosch succeeded in further re-establishing his electoral base, increasing his share of the tally to 18% of the total vote. With two parties, the PRD and the PLD, splitting the left-of-center voting constituency, Balaguer squeaked through with 40% of the total vote. Once back in power, Balaguer continued to tailor his economic initiatives to attract and retain foreign investment. The low-wage factories of the industrial-free zones became the dominant sector of the export economy, supplanting sugar and nickel. By 1990 to 1991, there were 130,000 workers employed within the industrial-free zones, with the prevailing wage set at 35 cents an hour. Most of these workers were teenage women, who were hired for a few years and then replaced by a new and younger cohort. Yet Balaguer's second decade as president was different from his first 3 terms in office in one crucial respect. The military command was not prepared to revive the semi-official death squads. This made it possible for popular discontent to find a more visible expression than had been possible during Balaguer's previous 3 terms in office. In March 1988, a general strike spread throughout the Dominican Republic as workers from all sectors of the economy protested low wages and rising inflation. Troops were mobilized to crush the strike, with 10 demonstrators killed and thousands arrested. Balaguer reluctantly agreed to freeze the prices of basic foodstuffs, thus overriding a key clause in the IMF austerity program. He also conceded moderate wage increases to employees in the public sector. 3 years later, Balaguer, in accepting a new IMF agreement, rescinded all regulations limiting the price of food. Thus, the economic patterns set during the regimes of Guzman and Jorge Blanco remained in place during Balaguer's rule from 1986 to 1996. With U.S. corporations becoming the dominant power in the Dominican economy, and with the International Monetary Fund setting the critical parameters of economic policy, the Dominican Republic was becoming totally locked into the global economy. In this context, shifts in the political affiliations of elected officials, even the president, came to have increasingly less impact on the fundamental determinants of economic policy. Balaguer, for his part, was more interested in creating monuments to his presidential dynasty than determining questions of basic policy. He had always favored buildings over people, constructing schools without 280. Providing qualified faculty to teach in them. During his second extended term in office, Balaguer became fixated on a project that would memorialize his 22-year reign. In 1955, after 25 years of absolute power, Trujillo had sought to capture the world's attention by hosting a World's Fair. Millions of dollars had been squandered on an elaborate complex of ornate buildings, and yet the entire venture had ended in total failure. 2 Although Balaguer did not possess the unparalleled hubris of Trujillo, he came close. Once returned to power in 1986, Balaguer decided to construct a mammoth lighthouse to commemorate the 500th anniversary of Christopher Columbus's first voyage to the Americas. In the end, his government spent the equivalent of $250 million on the construction of a massive monument towering 150 foot high, set on an 800-foot base. 3,000 residents of one of the poorest barrios in Santo Domingo were forced to relocate, with no provision for new housing. Once built, the lighthouse proved to be a disaster, in terms of both public relations and financial benefits. An elaborate inaugural ceremony fell flat, when only a few dignitaries opted to attend. The monument also failed to attract tourists, who instead continued to flock to the beaches. Although death squads no longer roamed Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic under Balaguer's rule fell far short of basic democratic norms. Furthermore, in spite of the widespread popular distaste for his economic policies, Balaguer also benefited from the deep divisions within the opposition. In 1990, the PRD finally decided to nominate its most popular, albeit controversial, personality, José Francisco Pina Gómez. Although Pina Gómez had muted his populist rhetoric of the early 1970s, when he had called for the nationalization of Gulf and Western's extensive holdings, he was still viewed with considerable suspicion by conservatives within the Dominican oligarchy. Yet for most of those in the urban barrios and the sugar cane fields, Juan Bosch still symbolized the call for social reform, and thus his PLD attracted the greatest popular support. The bitter disputes within the opposition's forces were not sufficient to ensure Balaguer's victory through a democratic victory. Suspiciously, the vote tally was suspended only hours after the polling places had closed. 2 months later, the Central Electoral Board reported that Balaguer had triumphed once again, barely defeating Bosch, with Pina Gómez running a distant third. It seemed that once again Balaguer had become invincible, and that his reign would only come to an end with his death. Yet once again Balaguer's hold on power proved precarious. 281. The contemporary context. 4 years later, the election of 1994 produced the first signs of a generational shift. Balaguer was even more detested than before, but this time Bosch was no longer perceived as a viable alternative. At 85, his time had passed. Pefta Gómez gained the PRD nomination for the second time, and this time he was clearly the people's choice. With no popular support, Balaguer utilized the entire apparatus of the state to ensure his re-election. Fraud took place at every level, with little concern shown for the democratic process. 4 weeks after the election, the results were withheld until Balaguer was finally pronounced the victor by a small margin over P. Gómez, with Bosch trailing well behind. By 1994, with the Cold War having abruptly ended, Washington viewed Balaguer as an embarrassing anachronism. When demonstrators surged onto the streets protesting the obvious manipulation of the electoral process, the United States insisted on a new election. Balaguer finally acquiesced, and a special presidential election was set for 1996, with the incumbent, Balaguer, excluded from re-election. In setting the terms for the special election, the Dominican legislature revised the electoral law, establishing a second-round runoff between the two leading candidates, should none of the nominees receive a majority vote in the first round. After his meager showing in 1994, Bosch wisely stepped aside and allowed an obscure attorney, Leonel Fernandez Reina, to become the PLD standard-bearer in 1996. Pina Gómez received the PRD nomination for the third consecutive time, and was clearly the most popular candidate. Nevertheless, after failing to achieve a simple majority in the first round, Pina Gómez met with defeat in the second round, when Balaguer threw his support behind Leonel Fernandez. Once in power, Leonel Fernandez proved to be a cautious technocrat, eager to fulfill in its entirety the IMF austerity program for the Dominican Republic. His efforts to privatize significant segments of the public sector economy, and the continued implementation of social service cuts, became flashpoints for popular discontent. A series of demonstrations and protests culminated in a 2-day general strike in November 1997. On May 10, 1998, Pifia Gomez died of cancer, but his party, the PRD, swept to victory in legislative elections held 6 days later. From the perspective of 3 decades later, the military intervention of May 1965 represents a signal victory for U.S. foreign policy. The 282 Dominican Republic has become a prime location for low-wage, labor-intensive manufacturing. Although there have been repeated outbursts of popular militancy, they have been contained and suppressed by a repressive apparatus trained and supplied by the United States. Democratic elections have been a rarity over the last 3 decades, but this too has begun to change over the last few years, thus marking the normalization of Dominican politics. The Dominican Republic now has 2 major parties that project a shrill rhetoric of supposed distinctions, while sharing the same fundamental political perspective, a situation not dissimilar to that in the United States. For the Dominican people, the last 35 years have been frustrating and disheartening. The hopes for a more just society that blossomed after the assassination of Trujillo have been replaced by cynicism and apathy. In a politicized society, where people have fought for the right to participate in democratic elections, the voter participation rate continues to fall. Although each community and barrio has cultivated personal ties to mainstream political figures, few are gullible enough to believe that the ascendancy of either major party, the PRD or the PLD, will bring with it fundamental change. The country's bleak prospects have led many young people to search for a better future in a new country. Between 1966 and 1990, 10% of the entire Dominican population emigrated to the United States. Obviously, most of these are undocumented workers. Tens of thousands have sailed on small, motorized fishing boats across the 70-mile body of water, the Mona Passage, that lies between the eastern tip of the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico. Although many have settled there, most have moved on to the U.S. mainland. The Dominican population in the United States now stands at more than 1 million, with many of them residing in ghettoized neighborhoods within New York City. Since hopes for basic change have been stymied within their homeland, the Dominican people, of necessity, must look toward a broader global struggle for social justice. Nevertheless, the popular uprising of 1965 remains a beacon for all of those who share with them a vision of a more equitable society. Appendix: The 1966 election. A detailed analysis. For Lyndon Johnson, the presidential election of June 1, 1966, in the Dominican Republic provided the definitive validation of his policy. After all, Election Day passed quietly, with long lines of voters waiting patiently to cast their ballots, and, best of all, Joaquin Balaguer, the U.S. choice for president, emerged as the victor. Thus, for the United States, the 1966 election marked a triumph of diplomacy, especially given the fierce civil war that had been fought on the streets of Santo Domingo only a year before. While Washington celebrated, the 1966 election represented a crushing defeat to the slum dwellers of Santo Domingo. Their hopes for fundamental social reform and democratic freedom had once again been dashed. Unlike the previous election of December 1962, which Juan Bosch and the PRD, the Dominican Revolutionary Party, had overwhelmingly won, the June 1966 election was negated by a coordinated pattern of violence and fraud. There are sound reasons to believe that Bosch would have swept to victory in a democratic election. At the least, virtually every unbiased observer expected a close election. Instead, Bosch suffered a crushing defeat. Obviously, such a dramatic turnaround cannot be fully explained by a single factor. Indeed, there were a multiplicity of reasons, from subtle, indirect maneuvers to blatant force and crude fraud. As with the crisis sparked by the popular uprising of April 1965, the United States and its Dominican allies utilized an array of stratagems to ensure their power and authority. After the election, several commentators, including Norman Thomas, sought to explain Bosch's defeat as the direct consequence of the popular desire to ease the atmosphere of confrontation and crisis. The United States had made its preference for Balaguer known, so, rather than risk. 284. A prolonged occupation by U.S. troops, voters reluctantly endorsed Balaguer. This would appear to be a plausible argument, but it is contradicted by the actual pattern of votes. In Santo Domingo, where U.S. troops had maintained a visible presence for more than a year, Bosch was credited with a sizable majority in the vote tally. On the other hand, in the smaller towns and villages, isolated locales where most residents had not even glimpsed a U.S. soldier, Bosch was routed. A stronger case can be made for the proposition that the murder of hundreds of PRD militants had created a chilling impact on Bosch's potential support. This was particularly true in the hinterlands, far from the restraining impact of media attention. There can be no doubt that many peasants were intimidated by the pervasive campaign of terror, frightened to demonstrate any sign of open support for Bosch. Fear was certainly a significant factor in propelling Balaguer to victory, but it cannot entirely account for Bosch's decisive defeat. The urban vote constituted well over 40% of the total, and in the cities the PRD maintained an organized presence. There was fear, but there was also a widespread expectation that Bosch would win, and that his victory would bring with it a significant improvement in the political and economic well-being of working people. Furthermore, the 3 months preceding the election had been, in general, relatively calm, although the period immediately prior to election day had seen an upsurge in violent assaults on Bosch's supporters. In spite of the violence and intimidation, Bosch still retained an excellent chance of being re-elected. His defeat stemmed, in part, from a series of defects in the rules and procedures governing the election. For instance, voters were required to vote for a single slate, rather than being able to split their ballots. This provision hurt the smallest parties the most, but on balance it also lessened Bosch's chance of winning. Of the 3 presidential candidates, 2, Balaguer and Rafael Bonelli, held positions to the right of center, while Bosch represented the only candidate for those left of center. Bonelli had served as the president of the ruling Council of State in 1962. In 1966, he headed the ticket of the National Civic Union, which had provided the primary opposition to Bosch during the 1962 election. Nevertheless, Bonelli received less than 4% of the total vote, running a distant third. Many of his supporters were induced to vote for Balaguer, along with the entire slate of his Partido Reformista. Without the option of splitting slates, those who persisted in voting for Bonelli were left unrepresented in the Dominican legislature. Since Bosch was the only presidential candidate to represent the left, he stood to gain the entire left-of-center vote, whether ticket splitting was allowed or not. Bosch accepted the nomination of the Social Christian Party, and received 30,000 votes on this ticket, about 6% of his total vote. The June 14 movement was permitted to contest the election, over the objections of the United States, but Bosch refused to accept its endorsement. Unwilling to fragment the Bosch vote, June 14 left the presidential slot vacant, and received a scattering of votes. Slate voting had an impact across the board, but it particularly aided Balaguer. Without this provision, Bonelli might well have significantly cut into Balaguer's vote, thus enabling Bosch to win the election with a plurality of votes. Voter registration procedures were also suspect. The Central Electoral Board permitted eligible adults to vote in any precinct, rather than where they resided. Furthermore, the board had acquiesced to Balaguer's demand that women who appeared to be over 25 be allowed to vote without showing any form of identification. These lax procedures made fraud all too easy. They also represented a significant retreat from those procedures in place during the previous election in December 1962, an election which Bosch had won by a sizable margin. Then, voters could only cast their ballots in the specific precinct in which they resided, and only after presenting their cédulas, the National Identification Card *. The Central Electoral Board sought to minimize fraud by identifying those who had already voted. Each person proceeding through the line at a polling place had a finger dipped in indelible ink. This might have acted as an effective deterrent to fraud, but the ink proved water-soluble. It could be removed with some difficulty. Thus, the board had promulgated a set of rules that were biased in Balaguer's favor, and that made it possible for older women, Balaguer's base of support, to cast multiple ballots with a minimum of risk. Yet, in spite of the numerous obstacles in his path, Bosch expected to win, an expectation shared by most of those staffing the U.S. Embassy, the CIA chief of station excepted. After all, Bosch had received nearly 60% of the vote in December 1962. This had represented an overwhelming victory, but Bosch was even more popular 3.5 years later. In 1962, Bosch's party, the PRD, had been reluctant to attack the military command, with its intimate ties to Trujillo's reign of 286 terror. Instead, the UCN, the party of the Dominican oligarchy, had been outspoken in its calls for a thoroughgoing purge of the entire governmental structure, including the armed forces. Thus, Bosch had seemed to many the more moderate of the two candidates. In 1966, Bosch was the symbol of the popular uprising. His platform of social reforms extended well beyond those proposed by Balaguer. Furthermore, Balaguer was inextricably linked to Trujillo, having spent most of his career as an obsequious follower of the hated dictator. In a truly democratic election, without the pervasive violence and the biased election procedures, Bosch might well have been elected by an even greater majority than he had received in 1962. Even with all the biases and irregularities that marred the campaign, virtually every objective observer forecast a close election. In early May, 3 weeks before Election Day, John Crimmins, as the senior U.S. diplomat in Santo Domingo, assessed the contest as a toss-up, with Bosch probably being right now the man to beat. Registered one can only conclude that Bosch lost the election as the ballots were cast, and, even more so, when they were counted. The armed forces were detested by most Dominicans for their active participation in the countless brutalities that had characterized Trujillo's rule through 3 decades. Under pressure from Bosch, and from Norman Thomas and his coalition of prominent progressives, the armed forces had been ordered to remain in their barracks during the last weeks of the campaign. When Balaguer threatened to resign only days before the election, Garcia Godoy, as president of the provisional government, revised this order. Each of the 3,400 polling places would be put under close supervision, with a soldier or policeman stationed in each. However, the election law required that any police presence remain 50 paces outside of the polling place. Given the history of military repression in the Dominican Republic, Garcia Godoy's decision to allow troops to be stationed at each polling place could only contribute to the pervasive fear of retaliation held by Bosch's supporters. Several Puerto Rican election observers reported that heavily armed soldiers were seen within several polling places, practically conducting the voting process. In other cases, soldiers shoved voters to keep them in tight lines as they waited to vote. Thus, the campaign of intimidation continued through Election Day. An even more important factor in determining the ultimate outcome was the tabulation of votes. The members of the Central Electoral Board, which supervised and directed the vote count, had been appointed to their posts during the rule of the Reed-Cabral triumvirate. They tended to be conservative, hostile to Bosch, and sympathetic to Balaguer. Although the election rules authorized representatives from political parties to observe the counting of votes at the precinct level, many PRD delegates were physically prevented from attending the vote count. 2 weeks after the election, Bosch reported that ballot boxes stuffed with votes in his favor had been discovered swept ashore on isolated beaches. Other ballots were discarded in cemeteries. When charges of fraud were formally filed, the Electoral Board summarily rejected them. According to Balaguer, the charges had not been proven, nor was there any possibility whatsoever that they will be. In examining the results of the election province by province, the implausibility of the reported results is striking, in terms of both the total vote and the lopsided outcomes in certain provinces. President Johnson had insisted that the election be scheduled for June 1, in the midst of the Caribbean rainy season. Travel in the countryside was always challenging, with only a few paved highways linking the major cities. As expected, Torrential rainstorms struck the Dominican Republic with such severity during the last week of May that they brought the campaign to a halt. Election day was marked by dry, sunny weather, and yet travel was still difficult in much of the countryside, given the previous storms. On this basis, one could have reasonably expected a significant drop from the total vote registered in December 1962. Of course, the total pool of eligible voters would have increased in the 3.5 years since the last poll. Most observers expected these two countervailing factors to be in rough balance. On June 1, election day, Dan Kurjman, the well-informed correspondent of the Washington Post, forecast a total poll of 1 million voters, equaling the number cast in 1962. Instead, the total vote soared by 30%, jumping from 1,055,000 to 1,345,000. Since 1.7 million people were eligible to vote, the vote count implied a turnout of nearly 80%. The sharp increase in the number of recorded votes seems intrinsically unlikely. It would appear that ballot box stuffing took place on a grand scale, and indeed suspicions along these lines were widespread. When Norman Thomas informed Balaguer 2 days after the election that there were charges of fraud, but that he was sure that Balaguer would have them investigated strictly, the newly elected president focused his response on this specific issue. Balaguer insisted that the total number of votes cast in 1966 did not significantly differ from that recorded in 1962, with the 288 single exception of Santo Domingo, which Bosch carried. In fact, the ballot count in the capital increased by 54,000 from 1962 to 1966, while the national vote count total rose by 310,000, of which 256,000 came from districts outside of Santo Domingo. Furthermore, the 30% increase in the vote count recorded in Santo Domingo coincided closely with that reported for the entire nation. The other aspect of the election results that requires a closer look focuses on the dramatic shift in Bosch's share of the total vote as recorded in key districts outside of Santo Domingo. Santiago Province, encompassing the city of Santiago, the second largest city in the Dominican Republic, constitutes an interesting case in point. The city's military commanders had refused to join the insurgent army units that had initiated the revolt of April 24, 1965. After briefly wavering, the Santiago officers swung their forces behind the Benoit military junta. National police units, backed by military personnel, prevented Bosch's supporters from demonstrating on the streets of Santo Domingo during the popular uprising. Nevertheless, in April of 1966, when Allard Lowenstein accompanied a delegation of observers from the Committee to Defend Free Elections on a visit to the city, PRD activists conveyed their firm belief that Bosch would carry Santiago by a sizable margin. Bosch had become a popular hero, the symbolic leader of a popular rebellion. Although estimates made by the PRD can be dismissed as the over-optimism of the committed, U.S. diplomats reached similar conclusions. An April 28 report from the Santiago consulate found PRD militants confident of victory, while business leaders reflected a growing concern over the prospect of Bosch victory. As the senior diplomat at the U.S. Embassy in Santo Domingo, Crimmins received reports from a variety of sources, including the CIA. In early May, he too concluded that Bosch's support was growing in Santiago and the surrounding area, providing Bosch with a good opportunity of carrying this densely populated region of the country. In the end, Bosch lost Santiago by an overwhelming vote. He had failed to carry the province in 1962, although he had received 38% of the total vote on the PRD ticket. In 1966, his share dropped to 28%, and that understates the shortfall. The Social Christian Party had received 9% of the total vote for its own presidential candidate in 1962, but in 1966 Bosch campaigned as the candidate of both the PRSC and the PRD. Interestingly enough, Bosch gained nearly the same number of votes in Santiago province in 1962 as in 1966, but Balaguer polled 38,000 more votes than Bosch's leading opponent in 1962. Viriato Fialo of the UCN. Results similar to these were repeated in several other provinces throughout the countryside. In general, Bosch's share of the vote plummeted as the total vote spiraled upward. Every indication points to Balaguer being credited with a huge number of phantom votes. These votes were validated through a secretive procedure controlled by Balaguer's supporters, and shielded from the scrutiny of neutral observers and Bosch's militants. In the end, Bosch's share of the vote dived from 60% to 40% over the course of 3.5 years. The election of 1966 was a travesty. Although the election provided Balaguer's return to power with a fragile shred of credibility, the entire process was riddled with coercion, fraud, and violence. In fact, the United States, along with its allies in the Dominican military and the landed aristocracy, had no intention of permitting Bosch's return to power. The entire election scenario was further evidence that this bloc of forces was prepared to override the popular will in order to protect its power and privileges. Lee.